And it's kind of mean of them, but they did it. It's kind of funny, but,
Yeah, he had, and David, of course, you had become quite a luminary in my estimation before I first met you. I don't know if you even remember. David, I met you at the Strategic Air Command Museum out here by Ashland, Nebraska. That's probably what, been 12, 15 years ago now. But you came and gave a talk there at the museum one day.
Was Chuck Yeager there?
No, let's see. Wasn't Chuck? Who was the Capcom controller guy that was supposedly said, a failure's not an option, but he really didn't say that. That was
Gene Kranz?
Gene Kranz.
Kranz? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think he was the voice of NASA for quite a while, wasn't he?
Yeah. Saw him there, but David came and gave a talk, and I even got you to autograph a couple of your books.
Oh, that's cool. That's one of the, really nice things that most people do that are in this community. They know, if they've written books and stuff, they know how important it is to sign books for people, that are inspired by them, and those books, even a signed book, you look at it, you see the real signature, you see something in there, and it gets you fired up. It does,
Oh yeah.
It keeps you inspired,
Yep.
So, there's.
I see a few of my NSP invitees are showing up here.
Yeah.
Hello, John.
There's
a signed book with David Levy in there.
I got one of those too. Yeah.
Right? Isn't it wonderful? It is. It's wonderful.
By the way, Dr. Levy, I just finished your book, The Guide to Observing and Discovering Comets. Thank you for a fun read.
I'm very glad you enjoyed it, Colonel. Thank you.
Of course.
I'm glad you enjoyed reading it.
So we have Nina Baker and Clete Baker here. Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
How's everybody this evening?
I think we're all good.
I'll probably make I'll make some formal introductions, but Clete and Nina are both very active members of the Omaha Astronomical Society, and have been tried and true members of the Nebraska Star Party Planning Committee for, oh golly, guys, how long? 10, 12 years at least, 15?
Long time.
Long time.
Yeah. They're great supporters for outreach programs here and around Omaha, and provide a valuable service for us up at Nebraska Star Party. So
that's great.
We'll do some more when we get to the agenda.
Well, I kind of like the Hollywood Squares kind of presentation. It's nice. I can hear the Partridge Family music playing in the background,
There you go.
Background of my head. All right. Well, if you guys are watching, if any of you are, presenters and you're watching this again, kind of playing back on social media, you'll want to turn the volume down because your audio from what you're broadcasting versus the audio that you hear is delayed, and it makes echoes, and it ruins the sound. So just something, but you can turn it all the way down, and you can see the comments and live chats and stuff like that. And a lot of the commentators that and presenters here will chat live back to the audience, which is a lot of fun,
Scott, what is the best place to join? Is it your Facebook link, or is it from the Explore Alliance page?
Probably the biggest audience is on Facebook, but that sometimes changes. Sometimes the bigger audience is YouTube,
Okay, YouTube.
YouTube gets all the chats from all the different simulcasts that we're doing, all the different channels that we're on, and they kind of combine. So you can see a chat from Twitter or Twitch or YouTube or Facebook coming down on the YouTube chat feed. And I encourage the audience to share this event because it's an educational outreach event. If they can participate in outreach simply by sharing it to more people. So. Not next Tuesday, but the Tuesday after is July 20th, and that is the anniversary of the Apollo moon landing. It's also the anniversary of the Viking 1 landing on Mars. It's nice how they timed it like that. I'm sure that was no accident. But Caitlin Ahrens, Dr. Caitlin Ahrens from Goddard Space Flight Center will be the special guest host for that. So that'll be something you want to bookmark there or save.
And it will be the 0th anniversary of Jeff Bezos's flight into space, maybe.
Oh, seriously? Oh, wow.
When he's planning it? Oh, boy.
Yeah. Well, Godspeed, huh?
There's going to be 2 competing flights, about 5 days apart from Bezos, and who's the other one? But there's going to be 2 within the space of a week or something.
Richard Branson's going up too on
that's
Virgin Galactic.
So Virgin Galactic and Blue Origin, huh?
And let's see, the lady is 82 years old that's going to fly on his.
Wow. That's great.
Will be eclipsing John Glenn's record of 76 or 7, whatever that figure was.
Yeah.
That age.
Well, that's awesome. So, what do you guys think about this this big comet that's coming?
I haven't heard about this.
Which one is that?
It is. Let me find it for you.
Well, it may be big in size, but it won't be very spectacular because I think it just barely gets inside the orbit of Saturn.
That's what they say.
Yes, you're right, Sean. We won't see this.
Okay, so this is on the New York Times. It's nice that the media is picking up on it anyways. The largest comet ever found is making its move to a sky near you. This is on the New York Times. Astronomers spy rocky and icy wonders of all shapes and sizes zipping past Earth all the time. But earlier this month, they were flabbergasted when they caught sight of the largest comet they'd ever seen. One of its discoverers, Pedro Bernardinelli, an astrophysicist at the University of Pennsylvania, conservatively estimates the object's dusty, icy nucleus is between 62 and 125 miles long. Wow. This is comet C 2014 UN 271. It is still 2 or 3 Hale-Bops in size. So it'll be interesting nonetheless.
I don't remember which magazine I was reading last night, but I was reading something about a comet that was going to be the site for 22 and 23, and that might be it.
Actually, no, it's not. The comet is supposed to reach perihelion in like 2031 or something like that. And it's not going to be very bright. Hello, Adrian.
Hello, David. I'm desperately trying to make video work, but apparently my webcam does not want to work right now. All I got is Milky Way. So that's who I am today, is Milky Way.
You might try just rebooting your whole computer, Adrian, and joining back in.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, sometimes
It worked earlier. I was at a WebEx function earlier and it was working. So I'll do
that's
that.
what it is. So WebEx has your camera.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it
we're
won't
using
give it away,
Zoom.
won't give it back.
Right.
Okay, that makes sense. All right. Well, I'll see you guys in another minute.
Okay.
I'll go
sounds
ahead and
good, man.
reboot. Yep.
Yeah. Wow, so it's so nice. I see a lot of new faces here, and it's nice to have you come on and talk about Nebraska Star Party. So it's great.
It's so good to see that the Star parties are coming back.
Yeah. Who do we have here tonight in the audience? Let's see. Okay. So Jeff Wise is tuned in, says hello, Star Partiers. Book Davies is on, says hello. Andrew Corkhill is with us. Martin Eastburn made it, and what a nice crew here. Howdy, everybody. Andrew Corkhill saying hello again. Steve Arnold, good evening from Chicago. Harold Locke says good evening. Jim's Astro, hello. How's everybody doing tonight? Andrew says, I'm reading David Levy's book on variable stars. Question for David, are you still getting out to observe most nights? And what is your current project?
Thank you for that question. I am getting out most nights when it's clear. I'm following one variable star still, that is TV Corvi, or Tombaugh star, which is, you can look it up on Wikipedia to read about. Is a very interesting star. And I'm also still searching for comets, and my favorite thing right now is observing meteors. Thank you for asking.
Very nice. Very nice. Okay. Now, a lot of the people that follow these shows, they've made friends through the pandemic and stuff. So we have people who have become friends from coast to coast and actually from around the world. Harold Locke says, a lot of my favorite people are on YouTube. For some reason, I like using Facebook best. Yep. Mike Wiesner says, I saw one estimate that for that big comet, it said that the brightest it's going to get is magnitude 11 at brightest. Okay. Well,
I heard
sure, they're always unpredictable. We never know what comets are actually going
if it
to
gets
do.
to 11th, we might actually be able to see it.
Yeah, I certainly, astrophotographers are going to get it. I don't know what, if they'll capture a tail or not, but maybe some coma, Beatrice Hines, who often is on in the audience, says, I just watched Jupiter with his 4 moons through my 20 by 80 binoculars from inside. It was awesome. Though my 8-inch Newtonian, it would be even better. Unfortunately, the clouds are rolling over now. Got to get your viewing in when you can.
Well, here in Michigan, we ruined our skies. About 15 of us bought new equipment
Yeah.
about 2 weeks ago. So as you know, if you followed the wildfire situation in the United States, the swath of smoke from the wildfire blanketed Michigan almost perfectly. So we had cloudy weather beforehand. We had one night where it was clear, and I was able to get out that night, and I saw at a usual Bortle 4 park, I saw a Milky Way naked eye at what appeared to be Bortle 3.5. It was a beautiful sight. The very next day, the smoke arrived. I had a friend with me. We were going to image, and it looked like Bortle 6 or worse. Same park, same time, completely different. The smoke arrived, and it's here for maybe another couple of days. So that's what we get for a bunch of us buying gear at the same time.
That's right. There needs to be, I think I saw somewhere an equation for the expense of the gear, how badly you wanted that gear, you know, how long you waited for that gear, and then that equals how many clear night or cloudy nights you're going to have. So
You're going to have, yeah.
Well, multiply by 15. I think a lot of them got new Astro cameras. So
oh, there you go.
I think we found the limits of that equation.
Yes.
So those of us that are in and around the state of Michigan, it's our fault. We're sorry. You only had about 5 hours of clear sky in between the end of the cloudiness and the smoke. So I was at least able to see it for that brief period. Really quick, I did take time off for the duration of the Nebraska Star Party. In the event I can make it. So
Oh, we
we'll
have
see
to
what
go
happens.
We'd love to have you out there, Adrian.
Absolutely.
I will be listening in.
This is a great video of the Nebraska Star Party.
Yeah, our dear friend in Lincoln, Mark Domke, put this together.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Who are those guys?
There you are.
I have a lens like that.
Beautiful.
Thing is, those exposures look like they may have been single exposures, and all that data came in.
Yeah.
Like they are hungry.
Well, hello, everybody. This is Scott Roberts from Explore Scientific and the Explore Alliance, and it is my distinct pleasure to introduce John Johnson, who's our leader tonight for the Nebraska Star Party. John's been into amateur astronomy for 50 years.
At least, yeah.
At least 50. He starts, I think, with a 3-inch telescope, and then you built like a 6-inch telescope.
Correct. Hey, good memory, Scott. Yep.
And I don't think you've stopped getting telescopes since then. I think
They seem to find their way. Yeah, I'm kind of the wayward home for lost telescopes, like the
Lost
wayward home for lost
right?
puppies. Yep.
Right. And so I know that you've been part of the Omaha Astronomical Society, the Pontchartrain Astronomical
I was
Society.
actually, down in Louisiana in
right?
one of my previous careers.
Right. And now you're with the Nebraska group. So, I think that's awesome. And, you are truly one of the most friendly, ingratiating guys in this community. And who knows how many people you've turned on to, enjoying the night sky and, literally changing their lives. I know it does. And and I know you've been chomping at the bit to get a live, real, in-person Star Party going again. So, and it's going to happen this year between August 1st and August 6th. You guys were gracious enough to come on and be the special host of Global Star Party, our 53rd event. And but you've been on a lot of them. John, I would consider you to be a regular at Global Star Party, and that's awesome. But at this point, I am going to turn the event over to you, and you can introduce our guests.
Very good. Well, get the old shepherd's hook out and pull me away if I start messing up here. So this is a whole new experience for me. So anyway, I'll go real quick with what we have for agenda, and we'll, as we always, we'll start with David, Libby, and then we have David Eicher. I see a square up there, but I don't see a video yet for him. And then we'll go to Carroll Iorg, president of the Astronomical League. And then I guess we'll get specifically into the what I'm going to call the enthusiastic NSP supporters. And
Great.
I'll go down the line real quick. Just wave or nod. On my screen, first one I have after Carroll is Nina Baker and Clete Baker. I mentioned them a little bit earlier. Longtime Omaha Astronomical members and been great supporters of the Nebraska Star Party for quite some time. Next to Clete, I have John Spack, who drives all the way from Chicago to join us almost every year.
Wow.
And I'll have him, like I said, we'll have each of them kind of do a little spiel when we get to that part of the program. The next two, I have a mother-daughter team with Julie and Jordan. Jordan is a phenomenal public speaker. She has given, 2 or 3 talks at NSP in the past? At least 2, right? And they're also active members of the Omaha Astronomical Society. And
Great.
finally, but surely not least, I see we have Kaylee and Sara. And excuse my Sara Basiaga. I always mess that last name up. If you want to correct me, go ahead.
Silent I.
Silent I. Basiaga. Okay, got it.
And
I
Brian,
remember them from the time I was there.
I
last.
was in, Scott. You remember when you were up there in 2018?
Yeah.
Kaylee has grown up some.
Yeah.
You're looking great, lady. Yeah, and more from you too when we get to your point. So, and I feel like I know Adrian quite well now. He'll be on later. and Maxi. I think we just joined up with Facebook's friends. And Connell, I was blown away with your talk last week. So I'm glad to welcome you again tonight. So
Thank you.
and then I see
Jack.
Cameron over on the other
Cameron's
side
here.
has joined us too.
Yeah.
Have I gotten everybody here so far?
So far, there'll be
So
more
far, I
coming
see.
on.
There'll be more
And
later.
David Eicher's in the
Well,
background.
David, is
too.
he? I see his square there, but no video yet.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yes, sir.
That's the bottom of his microscope somewhere.
there it is.
Oh,
Yeah, he's
yeah.
doing. That's
Yeah,
gonna be an
yeah, he's
interesting
into
talk
microscopes now.
on
Minerals and
microscopy.
meteorites and
Well, I want to specifically ask him because that's something I've always wanted to do is to get into micrometeorite analysis
yeah.
with microscopes. So
Yeah.
maybe he'll touch on that too. So anyway, I guess that's introductions. Should we just start with David? Levy?
Sure.
And let
Well,
David
sure.
take-
Thank you very, very much,
We should
everybody.
always start with David Levy.
That's right.
Thank you so much. It is really good to be part of this. I've never been to the Nebraska Star Party, although it might be fun to go at some point. However, I am a member of a nearby astronomy club. In fact, the Denver Astronomical Society, which isn't that far from Nebraska, is the very first club that I ever joined. It was in 1963. I became a member of the Denver Junior Astronomical Society, and I became more active with the DAS just a few weeks ago. And so I hope that the Nebraska Star Party this year is going to be a vast success with beautiful clear nights, comets all over the place, and I think it'll be fun. I always begin these with a little bit of a quote, and tonight's going to be a bit unusual. I'm going to do the quote first, and then we're going to discuss it a little bit. The first hour in equal of every Saturday is to Saturn, and the second to Jupiter, the third to Mars, the fourth to the Sun, the fifth to Venus, and the sixth to Mercurius, and the seventh to the Moon. And then again on the 8th hour is to Saturn, the 9 is to Jupiter, the 10 to Mars, the 11 to the Sun. It goes on, the measure of the longitude of stars is taken in the line ecliptic of heaven, under which line, when that the Sun and the Moon be lined right, or else in the superficie of this line, then is the eclipse of the Sun or of the Moon, as I shall declare, and eke the cause why. But softly the ecliptic line of thy zodiac is the utterest border of thy zodiac, there the degrees be marked. Does anybody know what that quotation is from? We're all getting people shaking their heads. And one of them is saying, now, why did you bother to read us that? You can barely pronounce it. I'm reading it. I read it to you tonight because I believe that this is the oldest work ever written in English upon an elaborate scientific instrument. This is from Geoffrey Chaucer's treatise on the astrolabe. He wrote it in 1391
Wow.
and 1392, more than 600 years ago. And he wrote it for his godson, but like many of Geoffrey Chaucer's works, I believe it is unfinished because his godson passed away, and we're very sad to hear that his godson passed away around 1392, which means he is still passed away. And we also notice, and this is from a book that I've always loved called The Idea of the Canterbury Tales. He says, the author says, Chaucer never uses the word treatise to refer to a literary work, like a poem or a book or a song, but always to writings in prose. And of course, he applies treatise to his treatise on the astrolabe. And so it's interesting, I think, that today, as we celebrate the Nebraska Star Party and hopefully what will be the most successful Nebraska Star Party ever, we are paying some tribute to Geoffrey Chaucer. And now back to you, and thank you.
Very good.
Very
Very
nice.
good. Okay, so the schedule says David Eicher. Is he?
I
How's it going?
I am here, John. Thank you very much. Can you hear
Okay.
me okay?
I can. I don't know if everybody else can or not.
Yeah,
Okay,
we can
thumbs
hear
up.
you.
Excellent. I will start with a little bit of microscopy. And what I wanted to do, last time I was on, I showed a few microscopic views of meteorites. This time I'm going to show a few microscopic views of some minerals. And I'll start with one that is a popular one on Earth. Can you see? And maybe, Scott, I don't know if you can share my
Yeah,
Yeah.
your
view
full
to make it
screen.
large.
Your full screen. Just
Yeah.
keep speaking.
Okay, very good. So this is a little view, and Scott and I have conspired to put this microscope and USB camera together, and we're going to see if we can do something to modify this maybe a little bit slightly in the future, because this is a relatively high magnification view for rocks and minerals and meteorites. But you can see spongy gold crystals here, and I thought I'd talk a little bit tonight about why minerals are important to astronomers, and that is because you guys all know about the periodic table of the elements and how the native elements like gold here, everything that exists in the universe is made of these elements, of course. And the origin of the elements is an important story to astronomy. Hydrogen and helium and deuterium and so on were produced early in the process of Big Bang nucleosynthesis. Most other heavier elements were produced in supernovae and exploding massive stars, but some interesting and very unusual elements like this gold, silver, platinum, and others that we treasure were produced in the collisions of neutron stars. And so here's an interesting cocktail party fact for the future. If it weren't for neutron stars, our jewelry would not be nearly so good. You can spread that word around. So anyway, I thought I'd show a few of these examples of these. Then I'll see if I can switch cameras and show them as hand samples as they really are, and we'll see what they look like on a little bit larger scale. So also other native elements produce interesting things that we like. Here is a piece of carbon, and this is it's a pretty high magnification view here, but I don't know if you can see this. This is an octahedron here. It's a diamond, a yellow diamond from the premier mine in Kimberley, South Africa. In fact, the most famous storied diamond mine. This is a raw, uncut diamond, and you can see that minerals crystallize in different ways in what mineralogists call crystal lattices. So this is not an accident. This is not like jumbled up random stuff that happens here. The universe forms minerals. It forms planetary substances in specific ways because of the electrochemical attractions that the atoms have for each other. So you can see this is an octahedron, which is a typical diamond crystal lattice here. All right. Well, here is, of course, there are about 5,000 and some mineral species that we know of. This is wolfenite, which is a favorite, kind of a pretty, sometimes bright yellow or bright red mineral. You can see the little crystals here on a matrix. This is lead molybdate. That is lead and molybdenum have combined on a lead-rich matrix, the background rock here, to produce these very distinctive crystals. This is an important source of lead as lead ore as well. So then we can go, and I'll just show you very briefly a few examples of, you can see that crystal forms, I hope you can see that okay, maybe, take lots of forms. This is dioptase, which is a copper mineral. It's a copper silicate hydroxide Silicates are the most numerous class of minerals. And you can see the crystals here, you can see with some isolated ones here, are long barrel-shaped crystals, if you will. And that's how a lot of minerals crystallize, in this kind of a form here. And of course, the color comes from the copper content, that greenish color. Then we also have another, this is actually a slice, sliced to look at the formation, the patterns of the slice. But this is rhodochrosite, which is manganese carbonate. And so the pinkish color, which I'll show you in the hand sample here in a moment, I hope, comes from manganese atoms, which contaminate the different forms. And of course, most minerals like this crystallize, sometimes in very brief periods, but often in very long periods, as typically as they're hot fluids passing through rock, and they slowly solidify and cool, and that forms these crystals, as long as there is fluid that contains these kinds of atoms in enough numbers flowing along to keep the crystals growing. So here's a more common one that you probably have seen many times, although this is a magnified view, of course. These are pyrite crystals, which look a little bit golden and some iridescence here. Pyrite is sometimes called fool's gold. It's iron sulfide. So iron and sulfur, and it produces golden colored crystals. And if I get down to the right spot here on this, perhaps, maybe, you can also see that there's lots of quartz, white quartz, also on this specimen, interlaced with all this. And typically pyrite and gold, and also lots of other hot hydrothermal minerals. There you can see some nice little quartz crystals. They tend to accompany quartz. And so that often led miners to wasting their time with a lot of pyrite in the old days, and sometimes finding nice veins of gold. So those are a few, and I'll show you one. There's one more quick one here, because this is somewhat unusual, if I can get this. This is, boy, that's just fitting in here, the edge of this. That, I don't know if you can see this shiny crystal here in rock. This is diamond that is in the matrix. There's a very, very high temperature volcanic rock that's called kimberlite. And that's what this black rock is. And this is a diamond in the rock. It's usually hard to get these. This is from Russia, because diamonds are a monopoly and they don't let diamonds in the host rock get out. The De Beers Corporation and others. But this is from a locality in Russia, and so it lets you see what a raw diamond crystal in the rock looks like. And then one more quick one, and I'll see if I can switch cameras. This is a dull, grayish black rock, which has absolutely no features whatsoever that are interesting at all visually. It's called a castatonalite, however, and it comes from north of Yellowknife in the Northwest Territories in Canada. And this is said to be one of the oldest rocks on Earth, meaning at the surface of Earth, that's been recovered. It's 3.962 billion years old. Wow. So that is an old piece of rock.
And what is it called again?
It's called a castatonalite. That is ACASTA hyphen TONALITE, a castatonalite. And it is one of the oldest surface rocks known on Earth, that is back to the time perhaps of the earliest microfossil life on Earth. And now, if I can scare you with showing you myself, maybe I'll quickly see if this works I don't know if you're going to be able to see this stuff well enough as hand samples. Is that focusing well enough? Perhaps?
We can definitely see it.
Maybe. So there's the first gold that I showed you from the little Johnny mine in Leadville, Colorado, spongy gold. So you can kind of see what the actual sizes of some of these are now. Here's the diamond from South Africa.
Oh, nice presentation.
The telescope there. So that's a 1 carat diamond. Here's the wolfenite, and you can see what these little tiny crystals are like of the yellowish lead molybdate there. I'll show you the rhodochrosite, which was sliced, and you can see here, it's pretty vivid bubblegum pink color of manganese atoms. Yeah. Rhodochrosite is a popular one to cut. There's that copper-rich dioptase that's greenish, long barrel-like crystals. And I will show you, here's a one that I didn't look at. Here's a popular one that is tanzanite. That's a popular one for jewelry that is vivid, bluish, purplish stuff that's very popular to cut. And then I will finish off with the ordinary dull pyrite, along with a few other things as well in there that we looked at with high magnification. So anyway, that's a quick tour, and Scott and I will work on kind of idealizing perhaps the camera here in the future.
Yeah.
Here, but that's a quick tour of a few mineral species. There are about 5,000 mineral species. I've got about 1,800 of them upstairs. So we didn't get through all of them that are available here tonight, but that's a quick sampling of a close-up look and also some hand samples of why minerals are interesting to astronomers, because they show us how planets form, how the universe makes planets. When the minerals are all ground up, as in a blender, and disorganized from those natural electrochemical attractions, then we get rocks like that acastatonolite. So mineralogists like nice pure crystals that show us how the universe makes things. And rocks, bless it, it's almost 4 billion years old, but mineralogists are not so excited by rocks. So there's the quick introduction to that, and I will, if Scott will permit it, be back with some other examples again in the future.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So that very good. That's it for David. David, good to see you. I must pass along a little anecdote about David. I knew of him. He was another one of these fabled astronomy names you've known for years. Editor-in-chief of Astronomy magazine. But my most favorable memory of David is sitting at his this trap drum set, playing drums at the 2012 Astronomical League convention in Chicago. Scott, we need to get him on to play his drums there some night.
That would be awesome. It would be awesome.
If we're lucky, we'll have to wait until we can get Brian May to come over, and then
there you go. Get Brian to join you. That would be awesome. Yeah. Excellent. Well, thank you so much, David.
Thank you.
Always appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're about right on schedule. According to my schedule, we have Carroll Iorg, president of the Astronomical League, is up front and center to tell us about the Astronomical League and to tell us about the prizes tonight.
Oh, thank you, John. It's good to see everybody, and such a good turnout from the Nebraska Star Party. If a person is wasn't wanting to go before, after all this enthusiasm here tonight, you should go. Let's go ahead and I'll share the screen here, and let's get started on the presentation. First of all, I'd like to say a few words about Alcon 2021 virtual. As most of you know, it isn't a good year to have national conventions in person, So we've scheduled ours virtually for August 19th through the 21st. And we've got lots of wonderful speakers. The main speaker, the note speaker, is Dr. Burnell, the discoverer of pulsars. And David Eicher, who's on this broadcast tonight, is also going to be one of our speakers. David Levy also. And there's the list: Paul Cox, Dr. David Dunham, and Alan Dyer, and many more. So there's something for everybody there. We were not too long ago wondering, what are we going to do 2 years in a row with no physical convention? And so the idea came, and we were well into these star parties at that point. And Scott said, well, if you want to do it, I'll provide technical assistance. So that changed the game right there. So we all put our heads together and thought, well, we can make this happen. And it's just amazing, because we put out the word to our individual clubs in the league and said, would you like to provide a door prize? You know, astronomers love door prizes, don't they? Okay. And so we have had an abundance of contributions. In fact, at last count, our door prizes are valued at more than $7,500. So there's going to be a ton of them there. Another reason to sign up and get ready for AlCon 2021 virtual. And the grand prize, an Explorer Scientific First Light 127 millimeter Mac-Cast telescope
Right.
with the Twilight mount. It's valued at $750. Thank you so much, Scott. I think we have a picture of it on the next slide here. Also at the same convention, we will do our typical awards. And the league has Library Telescope Awards. We have Mabel Starnes Newsletter Award and Webmaster Award, and many more. And there's some special awards we're not going to talk about until the event, so that we can keep it a surprise as long as possible. There's the picture of the grand prize telescope that Scott so graciously agreed to provide there.
Thank you.
And now we get into the typical screen we always show to alert people not to look at the sun without protection. If you win a door prize that is a telescope or binoculars or something like that, anything that you look through glass, then you need to have some kind of protection. So let's look at the answers from the previous GSP. That was number 52 from June 29th of 2021. Question 1 from that meeting: what is the coldest place in the solar system? The answer: dark craters at the moon's south pole area are the coldest places in the solar system. The sun never shines there, making it colder than Pluto. So that was the answer to question number 1. Question number 2: what is the hottest planet in the solar system? The answer: Venus is the hottest planet in the solar system. Now think about that just for a second. The explanation right up below it. Like question 1, this is a bit of a trick question. There is no atmosphere on Mercury, which is closest to the sun. The atmosphere of Venus traps the heat of the sun in a greenhouse effect. And many of you astronomers already knew that, but for the newer astronomers, they may not have. Number 3, in the first Star Wars film, Han Solo boasts that his ship made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs. What is a parsec? And the answer is, a parsec is a unit of distance equal to 3.26 light years. So when Han Solo bragged in the first Star Wars movies, a later movie clarified it was distance, not time. Making the Kessel Run in 12 parsecs meant Solo flew 39.12 light years. He was speeding, wasn't he? And we had lots of correct answers from that one. Neil Cox, Josh Kovac, Cameron Gillis, who's on the broadcast tonight, Andrew Corkhill, who made a comment, I believe, in the chat earlier, Matthew Walsh, Douglas Smith, John Kathy Adler, Conal, he's on here tonight, and Beatrice Hines. We mentioned her earlier as well.
All right.
So I guess we should get to tonight's questions. And before we start, there's the address to send your answers to, secretary@astroleague.org. Now, if you try to send answers to another email, Terry Mann gets very irritated and she'll tell you about it. So make sure you send them to the right place. It's secretary@astroleague.org. So question number 1, why does a total solar eclipse not occur at each new moon? Why does a total solar eclipse not occur at each new moon? And secretary@astroleague.org is where you answer that. Number 2, how close to Earth is the aurora borealis? So when you see an aurora borealis in the sky, how those beautiful curtains, how far up in the air are those? So send your answer again to secretary@astroleague.org. And finally, what are the 3 defining stars in the summer triangle asterism? What are the 3 defining stars in the summer triangle asterism? And again, send your answers to secretary@astroleague.org. And coming up this Friday night on the 9th of July, we will have our monthly Astronomical League live event. This one will feature Michael Martin. His talk will be Late Night Astronomy, a Personal Perspective. And he's with the Roanoke Valley Astronomical Society. We will be on there, myself, Terry Mann, Chuck Allen, John Goss for the league, and Scott, of course, and we're always honored to have David Levy there as well. So mark your calendar now and tune in for that at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 6 o'clock Central, and so on. And I think that's it, John. Back to you, John.
Okay, thank you so much, Carroll.
Sure.
If you know those answers, send them in. I was one of the lucky winners way back last fall, so it does work.
Does work.
Oh, yes. Okay, well, according to the schedule, it's NSP time, right, Scott?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Scott kind of tossed this at me, last Friday in a phone call that, hey, would you like to be on, be the host?
Pro, John.
Oh, I know. So anyway, I was flabbergasted. I'm totally honored to be part of this and have Scott have enough confidence that we can provide some entertainment and some education here about the Nebraska Star Party. So we kicked around ideas, and what we basically decided was to try to get some other folks that I've known that have been to the multiple star parties and to provide their own perspective on the Nebraska Star Party. And so I think, I've talked to each of them in the ensuing 2 or 3 days, but I kind of left it free form as to what they want to talk about. I guess I would like to hear a little bit, maybe just a couple minutes on how they even first got interested in astronomy, and then what drew them to the Nebraska Star Party initially, and why they keep coming back year after year. So how's that sound? Okay. And we had, I think, let me see here. Yeah, we had Mr. John Spack, who, as I said earlier, hails from Chicago, Illinois. So he was the one of them that travels quite a great distance to come out there. So John, are you ready to take center stage here and tell us a little bit about yourself, how you got interested in, how you first found out about NSP, and what why you enjoy it so much?
All right, very good. Welcome. Thank you for everybody for attending, and thanks for having this time. John, thanks for asking me. And about 5 minutes ago, I got a little bit of heart failure. My work computer here wants to just warn me that it needs to install some software, so it wants to restart. But luckily, that's not for another 2 hours, so I'm good. I just don't want to touch any buttons here where it's going to automatically restart. So if I go away,
Yes.
That's why. So I'm not touching the keyboard, not touching the mouse. So there's a fair warning. So
Okay.
just a little bit about me. I got interested in astronomy when I was a kid. You know, my dad, probably, you know, the story could be 1,000 boys when they were young. They got a telescope. They didn't know what to do with it because you can't figure it out. It was very hard. It was like I think it was a 4-inch. It was a reflector, a 4-inch one. Back then, we looked at the sun through those sun filters that we just screw on the end of an eyepiece.
No.
Not too smart, but I can still see. So, you know, that's great. But I live in Chicago. And back at that time, Mayor Daley decided it was time to install better street lights. And so not only do I have a street light in front of the house, they put in an alley light. Well, that kind of, you know, I was able to take the telescope in the backyard, but that alley light kind of wiped things out. I can still read the Chicago Tribune in the backyard at midnight out there. It's that bright. Even though we got the new LED lights. Actually, the new LED lights with full cutoff are a little bit better than the old orange glow that you see out of Chicago. But we go to high school, you grow up, kind of lost interest in astronomy. Then I'd say probably back about 2004, 2005, I bought an LX90 just to go back, because once I realized, hey, there's computerized telescopes now. I don't have to really think, because you don't really know the sky living in Chicago. You really can't see much. But if there's a computer to tell me where to go, great. So I tried that. I dragged that out to New Mexico, dragged it out to the Texas Star Party. One of the star parties I dragged it out to was the Nebraska Star Party. I just found it on the internet. I was just searching for, gee, where can I go to get away from Chicago lights where it's really dark? And Nebraska is about the furthest closest, let's say, furthest one-day drive I could do. It's about 13 hours nonstop. So you could do it in one day if you really wanted to, or just break it up into 2 days if you really want to take your time. But it's really the best place that I've found near Chicago. Well, not near Chicago, but from Chicago, that you can go observing. Locally, I go to a place just 2 hours west of here in Dixon, Illinois, south of Dixon, Illinois. There's a little Illinois State Game Preserve out there, which is relatively dark. Was out there last Friday, and Adrian and I was laughing about your smoke because I'm driving out there Friday night. And when I say, why is the sky so white? It's just like, this is crazy. So I was on just the visual satellite. You see the smoke pouring down from Canada. You got a northeast wind on Friday, if you remember. And the smoke is coming from Canada. I'm going, forest fires in Ontario? That really? Nah, it can't be. But eventually I kind of researched it, and yeah, they're come west from British Columbia, and it was coming around, and the northeast wind just blowing it down here. But luckily, it did clear up for a couple hours there Friday night. So, you know, we did some observing, but, you know, I could barely see the Milky Way there. So where it's not bad for Illinois, it's a dark site, but it's nothing compared to Nebraska. So why do I go to Nebraska? 13-hour drive. You're at some elevation. Our observing field is at 3,000 feet. So you'll get the humidity that you can get in Chicago, or if I go further south, central Illinois. I've even thought of going to Missouri at times because there are some really dark spots in Missouri, but you got the humidity. And so I figured, well, all right, I'm not gonna risk that. I've basically been going to Nebraska Star Party since I think 2005. Kind of wore my favorite T-shirt. This is from the 13th annual Nebraska Star Party, where they honored M13 and the fear of triskaidekaphobia, which is the fear of the number 13. So it's kind of a cool T-shirt. So I kind of enjoy that one a lot. And surprisingly, it still fits me, thank God, for all these years. Didn't even fade out on me, so that's a good sign too. But the Nebraska Star Party's a family-friendly star party. It's very low-key, very relaxed. I mean, it's not as, you know, the skies are probably on par with Texas Star Party, although that's not a fair comparison because Texas is in spring, early summer. Usually April or May, maybe even in June once in a while. And Nebraska is always in August or July. Unfortunately, being in Nebraska in the summer, it's hot. You have mosquitoes. So there are some, I'm not going to call them shortcomings, there are some challenges when you attend Nebraska. The weather, you're at the mercy of the weather, which is true for any star party. But that also brings some, you know, some good memories. Hey, you remember that storm where we had to tear down in 10 minutes, or the flooding rains one night after the public star party as we vacated the observing field before it got flooded out or before the whatever gullies might fill up with water, because when it rains out there, it rains. When the wind blows, the wind blows. So it's definitely, you gotta watch the weather carefully out there. And, you're at the mercy of the internet, and hopefully if you can get some phone service. And I understand now, I think we might have 4G out there. I hear there was a cell tower they finally put up. So,
Yep, we do now.
I think would be much better from that standpoint. So that's great. But it's a nice place. It's usually a week off. I kind of don't, there's no, where we stay at some fishing cabins at the local lodge that's by the reservoir. No TV. I don't listen to the radio. Sorry, I know we have a little radio show. Sorry, Clete. I don't listen to you every Monday morning, but I'm probably still sleeping anyway. 10 in the morning usually when you do your radio show. But it's a good way just to kind of get away from society for a while and just get in tune with the stars and fellow astronomers and just friends that I've made over all these years to get out there and hopefully observe every night. And, there's a lot of fond memories. With that LX90, I dragged that thing out. There's a public star party. One of the memories from the star party is at the public star party every Friday, and the Friday night we have it. The LX90 has a feature where you can track the ISS, and I was able to track the ISS, and it was a low pass, so it was easily able to keep up with it. And I'd say three or four people from the town were actually able to look through the LX90 and see the ISS go by with all the solar panels. And that was kind of cool. Have not been able to do that since then. So I just got lucky on that one. So, but it actually worked on that. So that's kind of a memorable event. And I think, Scott, you were out 2018. I think we had that comet. What was it? Swashman Watchman or something? I can't remember the name of that, or I don't know, some German name. I don't remember what it was, but that happened when that weekend we had it, was also when the Cherry County Fair was. And so we basically got slammed with the public because the fair was over at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, because
everybody came out to the star party. It was amazing. We've had so many people.
Yeah, Nebraska Star Party. I remember that Star Party. There were families out with their kids that had little 60mm refractors.
Yep.
They were observing the sky, enjoying it, loving it. And then it was wonderful that NSP opened up to the public like that, because hundreds of people showed up. Which was really amazing.
Yep.
Yeah, that was. I was exhausted after that night just because of the lines of people going through. I have right now. Well, I still have the LX90, but I also bought a Dob, the ultra compact 18-inch. So that's a moderate size scope for out there. Usually there's people with their 25 inches or their 30-inch Dobs out there too. So we set up on Dob Bro, and so you get all the people lined up. And I know Sara and Kaylee, they built their own Dob. They've got a great scope out there too. And Nina and Clete also out there, and then of course John's out there too. And it's like, we always, anybody who wants to look at the scopes, a lot of times you want to do any serious observing, you might not, because people just want to look through your scope all the time. So sometimes it's just you're giving tours, or you're just showing people, sometimes it's just a lot of the eye candy. Well, that eye candy out there looks great compared to what I can see in Chicago, which is basically nothing. So that's kind of why we go there. And it's an enjoyable time. Again, I said family friendly. We have a children's program we do when we have our presentation at the high school. So the kids could get away from the parents for a little while. The parents could listen in on the talks. We take the kids and we teach them a little about astronomy, or we'll go outside and we'll get a solar scope out there and they can see the sun if the weather cooperates and it's down 150 degrees out. But it's a lot of fun doing that. And as we said, we have the public star parties on Friday nights. Usually lately in the last few years, the weather has been pretty bad for that thing. But like I said, in 2018, that was a great night. So hopefully this year we'll get some great nights for that too. So all in all, I kind of highly recommend the Nebraska Star Party. I've been doing it since, like I said, since 2005. It's a great time. So there's food available for dinners usually for like 3 or 4 of the nights that we're out there. So there's an option for dinner that you can get that we have catered. That's awfully decent food, and it's just a great time. And thank you for letting me share my experience with it, and I'll turn it back to John.
Thank you. We
All
have a question for John. Jim's Astro wants to know, does Nebraska Star Party have a section for astrophotography?
Yes.
Yes.
We
Yeah.
we have cordoned off a section of the area that's mowed off and kind of make that the Imagers Alley, we sort of call it. Yeah. So we do have a separate spot, and no problems if you got your laptop with a little light from your screens and whatever. So yes, we do accommodate the Astro Imagers.
And John,
Is
even
that-
though some of the pictures you saw in the video were taken by Brett Bowler, he's up there with us on Dial Row. So, it doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, we do not like to see white light, but if there's a little red light from a camera, that's okay. We don't mind it too much.
Yeah.
I mean, we could live with it.
We don't make a big deal about it.
No, not really.
Okay. Thank you so much, John. Look forward to seeing you here in a few weeks again.
Yep, couple to be there in 4 weeks from
Okay.
now.
I have on the schedule, we have Jordan and Julie up next. So let's see here. Where are we at here? There they are. So Jordan and Julie, we'll turn it over to you two. And of course, Jordan has a phenomenal story, I think, if I can get her to tell it all. So I don't even remember how we discovered you, Jordan, but we sure did. We're happy we did. And you've provided some very interesting talks. So you guys take it away.
And well, what I recall, probably the seed that was planted very young in my early years was from my dad. I always remember Dad was the neighborhood telescope guy, and he would always get the telescope out in the neighborhood. And back then, of course, we didn't have as much light growing up here in Omaha, so we were able to see quite a bit. So the seed was planted then, but as I aged, I think some of the interest kind of waned. But then, of course, Jordan came along and she decided she wanted to study astronomy. So then it re-piqued my interest, and we decided that it was, fortunately enough, I had a daughter that still wanted to hang out with her mom. So
That's so
we
cool.
decided that we're going to make the trip up to the star parties and just kind of see if what else we could do to pique her interest, and of course educate me in what the night sky was about. But one of the things that I was so incredibly impressed with is I have to give accolades to all of the people that are involved to making year after year the Star Party. What a phenomenal place to go and an event to attend. Nina and Clete and John are all involved with making this happen. And from even the first year, Jordan and I have been going since I think 2013. And from the very first time that we were up there, everybody was so common to just share everything that they had experienced up there. And I'm sure everybody on here has probably experienced an incredible dark sky, but the people that it's really fun to see the first timers that go up there to see what the show that the universe puts on for the first time, seeing the Milky Way come out and show the spectacular view that you have going up there. But the people are, I think, is what really draws me back to that. It's incredible. The people will share the knowledge that they have. And it's really actually kind of fun to even go, I like to just wander around the whole viewing area, because you'll get people, here, come here, let me show you what I have on my telescope. I got to show you this. That is so fun to have them as excited to want to show you what they see, but also to learn from their experience of what is out there. Mm-hmm. So that's my experience. But
That's Julie's one. Okay, Jordan.
Yeah.
Can everyone hear us okay? Just making sure.
Yes.
Yes.
And if we break up, just let me know. We're out here in the country, so sometimes our Wi-Fi is a little spotty. But hey, everyone, I'm Jordan, and Julie's my mom here. If you haven't already figured that out. I guess just kind of how I got interested in astronomy in the first place. Of course, like John Spack said, it was kind of growing up. I always loved looking at the sky. It wasn't until midway through high school that I really developed extreme interest in physics, astronomy. It was through some NPR program. They were talking about the particle accelerators, the colliders they had over in Europe, and I wanted to learn more about that from that one program. And after I researched a little bit more, I learned about black holes. I'm going, oh my gosh, there's something like this out there that we have no clue what it is, how to even measure it and everything like that. And so I wanted to study that. And so that was junior year of high school. I went to college at the University of Hawaii at Hilo. So that's the little sister college of UH Manoa. So we're on the Big Island. We're the island with all the really nice telescopes, you know, Subaru, Keck, all those great, amazing ones. And Hawaii was kind of a bonus feature. So I had to go there. And once there, I really enjoyed my time there. As an undergraduate student, it was astounding that I could work with telescopes and researchers and teachers from all around the world. And I think it was by my sophomore or junior year, I was already doing some research with the Subaru telescope. I had a few internships around the states here over on the East Coast, and just kept learning more about everything out there. And my specialty was kind of galactic formations and large scale things. So how galaxies come together, how they interact with one another. I still loved everything small, coming down to, you know, the comets and the asteroid size and the solar system size. But I just loved everything. And the black holes always stayed with me through that whole time. And I think you said like 2013, 2014, we found the Nebraska Star Party. And it was during the summer of either my sophomore or junior year. We found that. We went up, and I think John Johnson, you were one of the first people I met. And I think once I mentioned that I was studying astronomy, your eyes lit up. Yep. And all of a sudden you just kept showing me and my mom around everyone and all the observing fields. And I think from that point on, I became hooked. She became hooked. And like she said, it's, for me, a lot of it is the people going up there. It feels like family for me. You guys are all family to me. And I love being able to talk about all that geeky, nerdy stuff with people who are just as excited about it as I am. For a few years, you guys invited me to give some talks. I remember one of the talks I had was before Clayton Anderson, our Nebraska astronaut. So that was really cool to be able to meet him. And I know it was for everyone else, and everyone else that has come up and given talks, like Abigail. I don't know if she's on tonight, but you know, her and the other gal that were there a few years ago giving talks. It's just, it's inspiring for me now that I'm done with school. I'm trying to see people younger than me getting into it and being just as excited and seeing where they're going to go with their field. So that's kind of another opportunity for me when I go up to the Star Party. And I can say this, being on top of Mauna Kea in Hawaii, the sky was so dark that the stars literally popped out like they were 3D. And I haven't been to a darker place in the world besides Hawaii and Nebraska. I've been to a lot of dark places up in Alaska, down in the Southwest, over, you know, in Europe, around the States, Nantucket, etc. And I gotta say, Nebraska skies up by Valentine, I think we got the best. You guys can, you know, prove me wrong if you want to, but I'm biased. I love the skies up there, and everyone that I tell to try to convince them to come up and join us just for a few days, you know, even camping out or staying in a hotel. The first thing I tell them, that the sky is so dark up there, you don't need a flashlight. It's dark enough. The Milky Way is now your flashlight, and it lights up the ground underneath you, and you can just walk with the Milky Way's light. Who in the city that grows up in the city gets that experience? And I know so many people my age, older than me, you know, my mom's generation, younger than me, that have never seen the moon through a telescope. Saturn was my first planet through a telescope. And to bring them out there, it's just a full 180-degree experience from growing up in the city, and I grew up in the countryside, so I'm lucky I got to see that stuff. So we keep coming back, and I know we're going this year, so I'm super excited to be able to see everyone and finally get back out to nature and just kind of reconnecting with the universe. Like John Spack said too, it's just kind of taking a break from everything and reconnecting with everything. And so I'm excited. I'm not sure what else I have to say. Do you have any questions?
Well, I'll second it. It becomes, I don't know where you are. Everybody is a different place spiritually, but for me, it's a spiritual feeling to get out there under those skies that, that our Native Americans had, the early pioneers had, but we are quickly losing that connection with the night sky. And that's, in my opinion, is vitally important that we do what we can to salvage that. And I'm sure I'll get all kinds of here's. It's I've been passionate about it here in this state. We're working towards getting that whole area designated as a dark sky park by the International Dark Sky Association. We may even try for a dark sky sanctuary.
That would be good.
So anyway, we're working on that. We may have some more information by the time the Star Party rolls around, but it's a passion, as you know. Those of you who met me know how much of a passion it is for me. But like I said, as when Jordan and Julie first showed up there, I just I latched on to them, and Jordan is a phenomenal public speaker for her age. I mean, I looked at her when I first saw her and started talking, and I said, oh, there's no way I could have done that at your age. So my hat's off to you. You're an amazing speaker. We look forward to seeing you both again this year. And who knows, we'll probably, get you involved helping us up there this year again too, for some other projects. There's always a need for people to help out. So anyway, anybody else have a question for?
I don't see any questions from the
what's popped up
chat here. I did share some comments back to our speakers here, but Beatrice Hines says, that's true, John. We should cherish and save those dark skies. It's I think everyone knows what you're talking about, John, that kind of spiritual sacredness. I call it like the sacred.
Right. I mean, wherever you are
underneath the stars like that,
it's I tell you, I've been up there. I a lot of times will go up a couple days early because I get, as those that know me, I get so involved being part of the Star Party and meeting people and talking to them, showing them things that I a lot of times will go up just early. And even though we didn't officially have a Star Party last year, I went up there, and the Friday before the week we had the unofficial Star Party. And I was up on this hill south of the main asphalt area we call Dobb Row, all by myself. And I was up there, even though I had driven all the way from Omaha, I was up there for the whole night. I saw the sun go down and I saw the sun go up. So it's that's meaningful. And I'm sure there's others on here that feel the same way. Anyway, looking at the schedule here, do we want to go ahead and
we'll do a 10-minute
break here? We're running a little bit ahead of the schedule, but I guess that's better than to be behind.
We have some questions.
Okay, well, we can
Marvin Huddleston would like to know, are there RV camping spots available with hookups?
I'm afraid to say that probably all the reserved spots are taken. Now there are some there's actually no reserve spots at what we call the Snake Campground. That's all on a first come, first served basis. There are other campsites that are on a first come, first served basis that are hookups, but it's just being there at the right time. Now, typically that park gets really busy on the weekends. Of course, people go up there to boat and fish and what have you. So there may be a site available, come like a Sunday afternoon or evening that is open. But to reserve anything, no, they've been all booked up for months. It's phenomenal. I think this is the first year I've seen where everything that you can reserve is taken. But don't let that be the decision that keeps you from coming, because you may get lucky and find a spot, and of course you can always pull your RV out on the observing field and what we
Even
call
better.
dry camp. Yeah.
Even better. Another question, Nebraska comment from Levi. Nebraska skies are amazing. I haven't stayed in Valentine, but I've stayed at a ranch near Mullen, and wow.
Yep.
If I travel out west, I always make sure to make a stop for to do some stargazing.
Yep.
Beatrice Hines says it's a shame that here in Belgium we don't have dark skies like they do in Nebraska. Yeah. Great reason to come visit the United States and go to these star parties.
I mean, it's a natural resource. I liken it. We have people that want to save the trees. We want people that want to save the native grasslands. To me, trying to save our pristine dark skies is just as important. Yeah.
Yeah, and just a couple other comments from Beatrice. She says, "Great talk, John," and great talk also from Jordan and Julie. So anyways, I guess now is a good time.
As good as any. Yeah.
Let's go ahead and take our 10-minute break. Now, you guys watching,
I have at least
this is a good time to go stretch your legs, go get a cup of coffee, make a sandwich. You got 10 minutes, and then we will come back with Clete and Nina Baker to talk more about Nebraska Star Party.
So we'll say 9:20, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Sounds good.
There we go.
Okay, I got to get a drink of water.
Yep. All right. So those of you that have been to the Nebraska Star Party, behind me, and I had to figure out what direction I want to turn. I guess either way. So I took this in a Bortle 2 sky. My question is that what I will see naked eye, or maybe just a skosh below when I go to Nebraska?
From my experience, Adrian, once you're really dark adapted, I have pretty good night vision. Okay.
Yeah.
It is a little bit a tad below, but visually you can see more than what you're showing there.
I saw a lot. That one brief moment at a Bortle 3, actually it's a Bortle 4 site, but looking up at the Milky Way when everything was clear, I know what you mean. There's a lot of detail that I saw. Yeah. And when I looked at this, before taking this picture, I went and stared at it and I began to see the color in it, but it was faint. It was in the sky. It didn't stand out. So I guess one thing I'm looking forward to is having it stand out and stand out in a way that is going to be similar to the picture back there. It got close to what you were describing, where you could practically just work through the light of the stars. It wasn't quite that way. And if I were to move out of my background, you'd see there's some air glow there, and there was glow from a couple of cities a few hundred miles away. So it only was Bortle 2. It wasn't quite there. And the descriptions I've read of Bortle 1, that jump is kind of an ultimate jump into the stars really pop out. So I'm looking forward to that.
You're going to be blown away. You will be blown away, and that will take some great images.
Yeah, the cameras will be there. I've been messing around with my portable setups, and the first thing I'll probably do is just stand there with my mouth open. Second thing I'll do is look around and see, okay, what would be a good place to capture it. I'll probably do a snapshot. You generally do a long exposure, 15 seconds or so. I'll bet you I could take one of my cameras, jack the ISO way up, and I could probably snapshot a picture and, get more detail than, what you can get going Bortle 4 with longer exposures. Just something it'd be a lot of noise, but I'd be willing to bet I'll forget my fatigue if I drive. I'm 15 hours away, so an extra couple hours from you, John, back in Michigan. So I'm yeah, it sounds very awesome, and it's something I did take the week off, so I'll see what kind of planning I can do, because I look forward to it.
Yeah, if you can make it out, there's all sorts of places up there to just pop your telescope up, and whether you want to be around people or want to be on your own. Lots of hills, lots of valleys. Yeah.
Well, I saw the river. I saw the river, so chances are I'd try and frame that with whatever I had. So there's it looks like there'd be some options up there. So I'm looking forward to it. And where's my camera? It's right here. Yeah, looking forward to it. It's sounds, the skies are as dark as you say. I probably won't want to come home. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully the weather cooperates. I know it could rain, it could do whatever.
I'm back on, Adrian. I tell people you have to come for at least 3 nights to make sure you're, because I have a lot of people, well, hey, can we just run up for 1 night or 2 nights? And I tell them that it's the chances of catching that 1 night that is just, knock your socks off. I can't.
That's why I took 5 days. And I am going to use Astrospheric. I know they've gotten better at kind of predicting. They missed when the smoke came in. They still had it clear when I went back up to try and observe. But that's up here in Michigan, where our skies generally aren't going to get much better than that Bortle 2 that I took that image with.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, that was about, I think I actually did that for a minute on a tracker. And there's nothing that was purely I can see color in the Milky Way with my naked eye. First time doing it. I don't care if it looks like a wasteland in front of it. I'm just going to image it. So I went a minute and dug in and got that picture. And there's some beautiful land around that campsite and where the Star Party is. So there's some beautiful pictures to be taken there. And that's after I get done picking my mouth up off of the ground. That's what's going to happen, is to be setting up.
Find that particular, something that you can put in the foreground. I mean, we don't have a whole lot of trees up there, which is a good thing, but you can find.
You do have that river.
You have the river and some sand hills. Now there is if you do come up, I'll have to show you. There is a spot over on the north side of the lake by the dam that provides a perfect Milky Way shot from horizon to horizon with maybe a reflection in the lake if you catch the lake calm enough.
Yeah.
So if you show up, I'll have to take you over there and show you that. Where you can try that.
And that's probably where you'll find me in like 2 or 3 days, because I'll probably be taking lots of frames from over there. Sure. No, that sounds like the perfect shot to come home with. And I'm sure it's been done. That's the thing about all these shots have been done, but it's the shot you take.
It's the shot you take.
That
I hear you.
Yeah, you remember what you saw when you took it. I remember how I felt and how it cost me a chance to see it over some falls. My original goal was to go to in our Upper Peninsula, we have Concannon Falls, and I was going to catch it stretching over the gorge near the falls. I got there. I had to get up really, really early. I stopped to take this picture. I got there, and the moment I set up my camera to try and get a shot is when the twilight of the sun started making everything blue, and you could see and feel the light change. It went from pitch black to I can see it's like all of a sudden I could see everything, and it just that little speck of light from the sun getting too high up, you know, it's still below the horizon, but I just went, oh, I missed it. I took one shot, and it's a picture of the Milky Way as it's fading, a few stars kind of to the south, south by southeast, and the falls, the kind of the top of the falls, and some clouds, because of course it's got to be cloudy at some point too. So I still don't regret taking the picture that I took, because it was dead clear, and it was flat around there. And I said, I'm going to go ahead and get this picture. Maybe another time I'll make it to the falls when it's pitch dark, and, you know, and there's no smoke in the horizon, or more people. If I can time it when people stop buying things in Michigan to do astronomy, because we seem to get hit hard when people do that. Because I got a brand new $2,000 MatCast scope from Explore Scientific.
All right.
That's worth at least a week of clouds. Yeah.
That's a week of clouds. Usually if it's Explore Scientific, it's 2 weeks of clouds. It ruins the whole cycle. And like I said, this time guys, we really went bad, because we got hit twice. So, but it's okay. It's all worth it.
You know, Adrian, a few weeks ago, when I was in the farm doing pictures of the Milky Way, I was wondering and thinking about you. You know, I was wondering, what if Adrian is here to seeing this above our heads?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I know, Maxi.
To do the same thing.
The center of the Milky Way directly overhead. Oh.
Yes, that's very.
That would be the first thing. So I've already got that. Here we go.
Okay, everyone. Well, we're back. Hope you enjoyed your break. John Johnson is here to introduce more people to talk about Nebraska Star Party. You'll notice in the chats, I've been trying to put in as much information about Nebraska Star Party as I can, just so you understand the lay of the land, some of their features, you know, what's great about Nebraska Star Party. But it's hearing people talk about it and all their enthusiasm, you know, should give you a little hint of just how amazing the Star Party is. I'll turn it over to you, John.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Thank you so much for allowing us to come on and visit with everybody. We'll just move right into the next one that we had on the schedule, and that is Clete and Nina, or Nina and Clete Baker. As I had mentioned earlier, they are longtime members of both the Omaha Astronomical Society, which I'm a member of course, and then have been working with us on NSP for quite a number of years. I'll let them tell you how long and what their interests are. So take it away, whoever's first. Who goes first? Nina?
I guess that would be myself. And it doesn't feel like we've been there forever, but I guess we have. I got started in astronomy as a kid, you know, fascinated by it. I grew up in Southern California, in Oceanside, California. And
where I graduated high school from.
Yes, exactly. And the San Diego School District had a camp up on Palomar Mountain that they would, you know, send kids up in the 6th grade. They'd send kids up there for a week-long environmental studies package, and have somebody from the observatory up there, the Palomar Observatory, come and show kids the night sky if the sky was clear. And I saw Saturn for the first time and said, oh, wow, this is incredible. I got to do that one of these days. Well, 40 years later, I never had two nickels to rub together. I finally decided maybe it's time. So, at the ripe old age of about 50, I bought my first telescope, which was a 10-inch LX200. And I've been with the OAS ever since, basically. And it turns out that we went to Kit Peak. We were invited to Kit Peak over a weekend by one of my boyfriends, my kid friends. And he says, come to Tucson, fly to Tucson, and I'll take you up on Kit Peak Mountain. We'll have on the telescope for the night. And it was just incredible. And so we were there with Adam Block that night. We were completely weathered out, except for one view of Saturn for about 5 minutes. We had a view of Saturn again. And so that was what did it for me. But we've been going to the Star Party for years. One thing I'll say about the Star Party is everybody says it's dark, it's dark, it's dark. It really is dark. You're in a very rural climate, in a very rural part of the state. Just for example, there are 6,000 people in Cherry County. And Cherry County is the second largest county in the United States. It's second only to Kern County in California.
Oh, wow.
And so that's one person. The county itself is 6,000 square miles. So that's one person per square mile. That gives you an idea of just how dark it can be. In fact, the cattle outnumber people by 28 to 1 in that county. That's how rural it is. So it has a tremendous bit of darkness for you to enjoy looking through. That's really all I have to say. I'll let my wife take it from here. She knows more about it than I do.
So he says. We have a great time up there. And, it's been said it's so dark, and people have described it. Several people have already described how dark it is and how you can walk around and see just by the light of the Milky Way. What has always astounded me is that the Milky Way casts a shadow. It is so bright. On a good clear night. So that I've always loved that experience. I had a start in astronomy very similar to everybody else. It was a neighbor who was the physics professor at a local college who would take out his telescope, and I must have been 4th or 5th grade. And the minute he would pull that out, I lived in a very tiny town of less than 100 people. So he would pull it out and put it in the middle of the street. And the minute he pulled that telescope out, and it was probably a 3-inch refractor, not anything really super huge, but he would pull that out and set it up in the middle of the street, and I'd be there at his elbow saying, "What are you looking at?" And so he guided me through just that kind of an experience for several years. Later, when I went to college, again, he was the physics professor. I was a music student, but he found out I was there, and he came up to me and he said, "Well, Nina, would you like to help me run the planetarium?" So even as a music student, I was helping to present the programs at the planetarium for about 3 semesters. So that was kind of fun. But then I got married and we had kids, and we did, like Clete said, we really didn't do anything till we were both in our 50s. And he went first and I followed, but we have thoroughly enjoyed it. We enjoyed the people. I've got to say that you meet the best people in this. There are knowledgeable people. There are people who are interested in some things and not others, but everybody is so good and so nice. We love helping with the Star Party because we can help be sure that everybody gets the same kind of first experience that we got. And we love to see to it that everybody gets their packet and they sign up for the stuff they want to participate in. I work with another one of our NSP group members on the observing challenges. So we have a set of, close to 20 challenges, very easy, even children's challenges up through pretty complicated things. And if you do that challenge and complete it and turn it into us, you're up for a drawing for a door prize that's usually a very nice eyepiece.
It should be noted that that even includes people who don't have telescopes.
Oh, yes. Yeah, we even have a I don't have a telescope challenge that helps guide people around the area, looking, helping them know what to say as they come up to someone who has a telescope, and the whole, what are you looking at? May I look at it too? Kind of thing, so that they almost have a script for how to do that. And if they write it down and fill in all the blanks, then they can also receive a door prize if they're the one chosen. There's only one eyepiece that we give out, so it's not like there's multiples. But it's kind of a fun thing to do. We have a lot of people take challenges, but not very many complete them. And that's okay. You get a chance, a flavor at it. You can see what you can do. Clete and I, over the years, have tried to stay up there in a number of different ways. We've stayed at the resort. We've stayed in town at a hotel. We've ended up camping. We're now tenters, have always tented. And so we get a spot up at one of the campgrounds where next to our friends. And we are sleeping on the ground in a tent. Even at our age, that's what we have found we prefer. Yes, it's an outhouse. I grew up in central Nebraska. I had an outhouse as a kid. That wasn't a big deal. So, you get used to it, and there's ways you deal with that. If you have troubles with it, just ask people for guidance. It's not that hard. There's lots of ways to make things work. We go into town several times a week, but we also try to take days where we just sit in the campground and enjoy the nature of it. There are many things to do during the day for people who want to have activities. You can swim, you can fish, you can raft down the Niobrara River, which is really fun. That's a whole day activity. There's a beautiful library in town. So on super hot days, you find everybody at the library charging up their phones and their computers and using the internet that's free there. It's a very small library, but it's just beautiful, and everybody is so friendly. The folks at the hardware store know us really well, both Clete and I as a couple, but also the Nebraska Star Party people. And they are so helpful with whatever nut or screw or whatever thing we need to make something work. So don't be afraid to pack up whatever's not working, take it into them and say, hey, I need some help with this. And one of their guys will go over and dig through a box of nuts and bolts and find something that'll work for your telescope. I've always been amazed at that kind of friendliness with the community. We try to promote for people to go to the community, to let the merchants know who they are, eat at the restaurant, say you're from the Nebraska Star Party, because that is bringing money into one of our, it's not just a less populated area, but economically they're not as well off as other parts of the state. So it's nice for them to know that we're bringing some money into their community, and we promote that as much as we can. So I hope you all get a chance to come out and see what we have seen and experience the skies as we have seen them there at the Snake Campground in at Merritt Reservoir in Cherry County. Please come.
Okay. Any questions for Clete and or Nina?
Actually, I would like to just make a comment as far as viewing out at the site. I know everybody's talking about telescopes, but John, you were the one that introduced me to binoculars.
Yes.
And I've had some of the most phenomenal nights looking through the binoculars, and you can see things out there with binoculars that you would never be able to see here in any type of a city. So if you don't have a telescope, binoculars work just great in some instances too.
Thank you, Julie, for bringing that up. I frequently at outreach events, people are saying, oh, what does that cost? Oh, I don't have that kind of money. Or kids, we've done some things with kids, and I always suggest to kids, you know, does mom or dad have binoculars? Dad may have binoculars he uses for hunting. Well, you can point those up too. Or people are looking at getting a set of binoculars, and I always send them to the hunting department of whatever store, because those are always, they may not be more expensive, but they're better quality binoculars. So it's a great tool to use to just get started. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, and I'll iterate that too. Yeah, it's fun to just, you know, have a lounge chair or one of these zero gravity chairs and just to lay back and be comfortable and just cruise up and down the Milky Way. You'll be amazed at the details and things you can see just in a 7x50 or 10x50 or even like an 8x40 or 42 binoculars. They provide phenomenal wide field views. Good comments. Okay, anybody else?
Harold Locke comments. He says it sounds like a near heaven experience. Maybe they should have renamed Nebraska Star Party the Near Heaven Star Party.
Near Heaven Star Party. Well, I tell you, there you go. You Iowegians. There's, as I said, I have spent parts of nights or all nights up there all by myself, and yeah, it's spiritual. I mean, it can really get to you. Yeah, for sure. Anyway, okay, so are we ready to move on to the next group?
Yep.
The Basiagas. You guys are up.
Hello. Hi. Hello.
So yeah, introduce yourselves. Okay.
I'm Sara Basiaga, and this is my husband Brian, and our daughter Kaylee, who's 12. And we actually live currently in Crown Point, Indiana. Brian and I grew up in the south suburbs of Chicago. So we lived in Omaha though up until what 2013. We moved back to Indiana. But we lived in Nebraska for about 12 or 13 years, lived in Omaha. We actually became interested in astronomy when we were living in Omaha, and we looked out to the western sky and we saw this really bright object. And Brian had a spotting scope that he'd use for, like shooting sports. He pointed it at that bright object and he was like, that's Saturn.
Yeah.
So
just exactly what Nina was just talking about. People use them for hunting, or hundreds of people have them for hunting, like binoculars. And that was our first telescope, really.
Yeah. So somehow Brian knew somebody at work who had a telescope that we borrowed for a couple of weeks and messed around with it on our back porch. And then eventually we found the Omaha Astronomical Society, and I think we're technically still members. We do get the newsletter. Even though we are about an 8-hour drive from Omaha and about 14 hours from Valentine. We've been coming to the Nebraska Star Party since 2006. So John, that 13th, the Triskaidekaphobia shirt, that was our first time attending. can't remember what telescope we brought up there. We went for just a couple of nights.
At the time. We had an 8-inch, an old Meade that we bought used, I think, 8-inch SCT.
And now we bring a lot more than that. We're we're regulars on Dobro. As you'd mentioned earlier, Brian had, well, we attended at that first Star Party we attended in 2006. There was a couple of guys from Wisconsin, I believe, and they had a telekit, an Astro system. So Brian always liked doing home improvement stuff. So
yeah, I had been kind of a handy guy. We'd done a lot of home improvements, and that's kind of where the hobbies started to merge a little bit. You know, they explained to me the process of building that telescope from a kit, and I said, well, I could probably do that. And so I did it. And that was just the first telescope that I built. I'm actually on number 3 is going to come to the Star Party this year. So it's been 10 years or so, and it's kind of grown the hobby from just observing to now, you know, amateur telescope making. A little bit of astrophotography in there for a little while.
yeah. And Kaylee's been coming with us to the Star Party since 2013, 2014, something like that. So she's sort of grown up on Dobro. You want to tell everybody what you like about the Star Party?
I guess it's really fun being able to like show people what you were finding in your telescope, because I feel like that's just very fun. Like when you find something like a cluster or something, then it's cool to show other people. And I've met a couple of people that are like my age, so it's kind of fun hanging out with them too.
Yeah, when people say it's a family-friendly Star Party, it is. I mean, she's literally been coming to the Star Party since she was 5 or 6. Yeah. You know, falling asleep on Dobro, we'll put red flashlights around her so people don't step on the child.
Step on
her. I mean, everyone loves her. You know, there's people on Dobro, they'll hear her talking, they'll say, oh, Kaylee, come over here. You know, I've got whatever in my telescope, and everyone's really patient and loves having children come and look through their scopes. The children's program is amazing. They do all sorts of presentations for the children. They've done some crafts the year when or maybe it was the summer before, I can't remember exactly when it fell that year, but the year of the solar eclipse, they did a little craft with styrofoam balls showing the kids how the sun and the moon and the earth would line up, and they got to take that home, and that was really cool for the kids to get to learn that kind of science. Everyone's super friendly. Like, that's the best thing about the Star Party.
I was gonna say, I think, you know, every social gathering that repeats itself kind of has a personality, and that's really one of the things you can't. It's hard to describe about the Nebraska Star Party, but it will be easy to experience when you show up there. Like, there are a number of people that are there every year and set up in the same place, and, you know, camp in the same campgrounds and all this stuff, and you know, they're friends. I mean, they may be friends outside of the Star Party, or they may just be friends for that week, but it's an annual thing. But the cool thing about it is, even if you're there for the first time, like, people just invite you in. You just fit in, and it's very open, very friendly. There's a lot of education, a lot of camaraderie, and that's not something you get in a lot of places, but you can get it at the Nebraska Star Party.
Yeah, that's why we keep coming back. Like, it's like a family reunion for real. Yep. Especially having been an Omaha Society member, and now having moved, every year we come back, and, you know, we leave a little early and we see some friends in Omaha, and then we come to the Star Party and we get to hang out with friends for a week.
I mean, when we showed up, you know, to our first Star Party, we barely knew how to work our telescope. You know what I mean? Like, we were a charity case that first year. So many people helped us out, and you know, just showed us what to do and how to, you know, just how to get around, how to behave and everything. And it was one of those things that, because of that, you know, friendliness and helpful nature that everyone seems to have up there, like, it really turned it into a lifelong hobby for us now.
Yeah. And then like Nina had said, there's lots of great things to do in Valentine. We always, every year we go to Fort Niobrara to the wildlife refuge, which is, maybe like 2 miles out of town. And it's just kind of cool to drive around and to see what the prairie was like and to learn about the history and try to spot some of the animals. Like, I think every year we try to go spot bison, and I don't know if
I
you've
don't
ever
think
seen
we've ever
them.
seen one yet, but they're there somewhere. We'll find them eventually.
Yeah, so there's lots of activities to do even when the weather's not great. We've stayed in hotels in town. We've been staying in the cabins at the Reservoir for the last few years, which is fine because I can't camp. I like to sleep in the dark. And it gets hot in a tent. We stayed in a tent once for one night, and that was a lot. But it's also nice in the cabins because there's electricity. We've got a kid now, so to give her, when she wakes up and we're still sleeping, well, now she can watch something on a device or whatever and stay quiet. So
Yeah, I think another, the people can take this both ways, but the way I take it is it's a very good thing that your cell phone really doesn't work out there. It is a perfect opportunity to just disconnect and just be with your friends, be with your family, be with nature, and unwind in a real way.
Yeah, John said there's a tower out there now.
Oh, is there? Okay, well.
Just shut your phone off then.
Shut your phone off for a week. Yeah. Yeah. So we enjoy it. We're going to keep coming back. We've only missed, I think, the 2 years that we first had her. So I think one of our claims to fame was for when we moved to Indiana, we closed on our house and put everything in a truck, and it moved out to Indiana. And Brian and I went to the Star Party, and that we kept joking we were homeless. We're like, we have nowhere to live. We're just going to go to the Star Party. So yeah, it's a good time. Definitely recommend it for kids. I'd say if you're thinking about bringing kids or grandkids or something, like kindergarten, first grade is probably the youngest age group I would recommend. They've got
certain things like they have to be able to act correct.
Yeah, you have to learn, they have to be able to act a certain way. Like if you're going to bring them and have them go experience this, they have to be able to follow rules like, how to behave around telescopes, how to no running in the dark, that kind of stuff, making sure that they stay by the adult, don't touch people's things. Yeah. But if you've taken them with you before, they kind of already know the rules a little bit. Probably the biggest thing is just, how to behave when you're in the dark with a young child. And then, just knowing that at the Nebraska Star Party, your kid would be one of several kids, right? They'll find a band and they'll run around at dinner, during the social event parts.
Dinner is fun because you kind of get to just chill and relax and talk to them.
Yeah, it's got a nice friendly atmosphere. And like I said, the kids program does entertain them. They learn a lot, keeps them someplace safe while you get to go enjoy the presentations at the high school. So highly recommended.
Excellent.
Okay, well, thank you. So I'm going to be anxious to see what they're bringing for a telescope this year. Then I showed the one that their number 2 one, I guess. If I can do this, can I share the screen here, Scott?
Of course you can. Yeah.
Some of you that are on. Okay, let's see if I can make sure it's here. Okay.
I don't think it's doing it yet.
Hang on, I probably went too far.
There we go.
Oh, there it was.
I'll get it back. Just a second here. Where'd it go? But Brian, you were too modest on your telescope here. What is it? It is a 22-inch. Okay,
Wow.
I'll get it on. Just okay. Now let's try. I just can't double click, right? Share. Okay, there it is.
Yeah.
Everybody see that?
Yeah. That's the 22.
Oh, that's a nice telescope. Beautiful.
Tell us a little bit about you making this scope. Yeah.
Yeah, that was after the telekit, which was a prefabricated kit. This was the first one that I designed myself. It's got a 22-inch f4 mirror that Steve Swayze made, and we've been observing with that scope for
About 10 years now.
about a decade now. Yeah, so it's held up pretty well. I made that one when we only had a Volkswagen. So I didn't have a ton of cargo space, and this one collapses. The bearings come off and it folds real flat. You can fit it in the back of a normal sedan. So it's a great scope. I love it still. This year we're bringing something that's it'll be smaller. I guess that's all I can really say, but not much smaller. But the biggest thing about it is it's a lot shorter, so we'll be able to keep our feet on the ground while we're observing with it. So
Let's just say there was some pandemic woodworking, John.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
That's what. Let's see. Can I? Let's see. Without messing it up, can I expand? Yeah. I mean, look at this thing. This is some phenomenal woodworking and unique design that went into the scope. I've always been impressed with this one, Brian.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's elegant looking.
Yeah,
I'm proud of it myself. So
The new one looks pretty sharp too.
yeah.
Cool. We'll be looking forward to seeing that one then for sure. Okay. Let's see if I can get back here now. Stop share. Okay. Okay. Any other comments or questions for the Basiagas?
Harold Locke says, "Hope I can do a big daub before I kick." Wow.
Aperture fever always.
Don't wait. If this is something you want, go get it or make it.
There's a lot of help out there. There's a lot of good resources.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think people are enjoying the program overall.
Okay. Well, any how are we doing on schedule? We're actually quite a bit ahead of schedule, right? Yeah, a little bit. Anything else that any of the other guest hosts want to bring up, or any other comments from you, Scott?
I think it's having been to Nebraska Star Party, I can wholeheartedly say that all the people that talked about the Star Party, the friendliness, the dark skies, these are all true things. And amateur astronomy is really this camaraderie that's in amateur astronomy that's always been kind of a hallmark of what this community is like. You're not going to find more friendly, more helpful. People leave many thousands of dollars worth of equipment out all night long, and you're not going to see stuff missing. Okay, let's just say that. Okay, in these kind of communities, there's a level of respect and mutual admiration between amateur astronomers, because each one knows the universe in their own special way, and it's wonderful to see them, especially when they're doing outreach, and whether it's at a dark site like Nebraska Star Party or on the street corner. It's just great to see them, coach people along to really experience the sky for themselves. So. And that tradition was played out really well at the last Nebraska Star Party I was at, because there were so many newbie people coming in that had never experienced an astronomy event ever before in their lives. And wow, what a great one to attend.
That's one of the things. What's one of our hallmarks that we really strive for. We, as all of the people I've had on have said, it's a very family, very open, friendly event, and I think we appeal to that genre of people that want a new experience. It's all part of it's kind of especially now coming out of the pandemic, this interest of getting out and doing getting out somewhere. And astrotourism in general is really growing. A lot of, I know the National Park Service really promotes astrotourism, and a lot of the states.
That's not just true in the United States. That's true all over the world.
All over the world, yeah.
Yeah.
And we, as I said earlier, we're working towards getting an international dark sky designation. But I have gotten pretty much the entire Nebraska Tourism Board on board to promote not just the Nebraska Star Party, but Nebraska as a place, as a destination adventure to come out and enjoy what the dark skies can really be like out in our mostly rural state. You got to get away from our two major metropolitan areas of Grand Island. I mean, of Lincoln and Omaha, and then we have Grand Island's the second largest, has some pollution, but you get out in the country and it's pretty much the entire state still has dark.
It should be noted too that this year is the 100th anniversary of the Nebraska State Parks, and they've asked us to do something special for the public Star Party. So we're hoping that we can really get a huge influx for the public Star Party, which is always the last night of our Star Party on Friday night, the 6th, to get people to come out and see what their dark skies are all about, and see why we are so interested in maintaining the dark skies for everybody.
Right.
Can I add one thing as well, Scott?
Yeah.
So for everyone that has been listening to this one, and then all the previous virtual star parties that you've held in the past few weeks, I'm sure you've talked about all sorts of events that go on around the country. And if you're over in Europe, like the gal that's in Belgium, even if you don't have, say, a dark sky near you, I hope kind of what you've been hearing from us talking this time and all the previous times, I hope you've been hearing some sort of ideas and getting some inspiration where you don't have to travel to another country. Maybe you don't have the dark sky right in your neighborhood, but if you and a few people you know are interested and have enough interest just to view the night sky, you can go find a park in your area and create your own mini star party. And you never know where it could take you. But I would be taking all the things that people have been talking about here, and taking that advice, taking those ideas, and how the camaraderie that we find in this community, and see if you can find that where you're living and start your own mini one. Because I'm sure the Nebraska Star Party didn't start out large, but it grew over the past 20 some years that it's been going. And now, like John said, we're trying to get recognized as a dark sky sanctuary. So if you're in Europe, South America, Asia, wherever, Australia, North Pole, there's something, and there's enough people out there that you could start small and just make it your own little group, and you never know what it could turn into. So that was, I think,
it's great advice. That's great advice. Yeah. Many times, all you need is the seed of interest, and sometimes it just starts with a couple of people, and you just keep inviting your friends, and pretty soon people hear about it and they start and they come. So Nebraska Star Party is kind of like that movie where they built that baseball
there you go
baseball park. Build it and they'll come.
They'll come.
That's right. And they did, and they do.
A couple 100 miles east of here.
That's right. Oh, is that really?
Yeah, that's over in Iowa.
Yeah. So,
okay, I think we pretty well nailed it there. So I see Libby's on.
One comment.
Okay. Yes.
So we talked about everyone's got either a telescope or binoculars, but you know what? You don't have to do anything. Bring your eyes. There's sometimes I'm tired of using the telescope. I'm tired of standing. I'm tired of even looking at the binoculars. So I'll just lay down in the zero gravity chair, maybe grab a simple star chart and see if I could actually, because again, I'm in Chicago, so you can't do this, but go out there and just find the constellations. If you're looking south, study Sagittarius and go up the Milky Way like this. Or if you're looking north, look at the Big Dipper, look at the Little Dipper, look at the whole thing, see how the constellations align. I can, and then watch August 1, August 6, that's the beginning of the Perseid meteor showers. Or sometimes you get some really great meteors out there too. So it's just not about using optical equipment, man-made ones. You could use our own eyes too. And that sometimes that's just as much fun, at least, to rest for about an hour or two, or at least an hour. Just don't fall asleep.
Yeah, it's hard to fall asleep when the sky's so amazing. Okay. So, Libby, are you there?
Yes, I am here. So usually I talk about astronomy and teach about astronomy, but today I'm going to be talking about the importance of doing outreach and stuff. Because I knew we were having guests on from Star Party, so I thought I would talk about the importance of doing stuff like that. I definitely know that the importance of doing global star parties like this is very important to do stuff. And I wanted to talk about doing astronomy outreach, because I usually do a lot of talks about space. And since I've been doing the star parties for the virtual ones for about a year now, I wanted to switch it up a little bit and do a little bit of something different, because I know this is, it is cool for everybody that is interested in astronomy. You don't need to have a bunch of random degrees and anything. You could literally be any age, and you just host your own outreach, which recently, because of obvious reasons, the world has been shut down. So it's very sad, because I haven't been able to really see a lot of people on the Star Party that we have on usually. And I haven't been able to host a lot of parties and stuff. So I want to talk about why these are important. I know doing the star parties I've been doing them for almost a year now. I know there's a big age gap between me and everybody else in the star party. And I know a lot of people are probably over their 50 on the star parties when we just do a normal one. With nobody really coming on. I usually just see a lot of people over 50. And I started to think about this today, like, I wonder why there are not as many people who are, young into astronomy, because I know kids my age aren't really into astronomy. And I'd have my friend over at night and I'd be like, look, it's Saturn. And she'd be like, oh, cool. And then just continue playing on her phone. And I started to realize back to my days of going to preschool and stuff, and they would teach us a little bit about space, and then you wouldn't really learn much, and you'd have to really study yourself, because you have the resources. You have a bunch of resources all around you to go study space, and you can just study astronomy. You don't even have to have a book. I really just started getting interested in astronomy even because of outreach. I know it was 4 years ago in 2017. Scott was hosting an outreach party at in the downtown, and so it was an eclipse party, and I went there with my mom, and I was, after that, for the next 4 years, I was fascinated with space, and I could not get it out of my head. And I was like, I wonder if that strange man that showed me that the moon ever still is out there. And then I went to Explore Scientific, and I was like, oh wait, it is him. And I remember ever since then, I was so interested in space, and I wasn't even with Explore Scientific. And last year, I was before I went to Explore Scientific and started doing this global star parties, I went to space camp, and I remember walking into the first building where all the dorms are, and I was like, there's so many kids in this building right now that are interested in space, that are nice, that are like really nice to talk to. And so I was just so happy by that, to be able to walk in a building with a bunch of other kids my age who are interested in astronomy. And a lot of them said that they were interested because of outreach and seeing other people do stuff in space, and then just be immediately inspired. And they were like awed over space for the next for the rest of their life, and that will like forever change them. And it was just nice to talk to people like that. And I'm so happy because I get to go back again this year, and I get to see some more kids my age who are interested in astronomy, and even adults getting interested in astronomy. I know a lot of people in the Star Party, I know we are all interested in astronomy deeply. And I know by a lot of comments I've gotten in the past by other people. And I know last Star Party, I got a comment saying, wow, Libby makes this old man love astronomy even more. And I was just so happy by that, because I feel like getting everybody interested in space is just amazing, because it takes them a long way. And ever since seeing the moon downtown, I've just been in awe with space for the rest of my life, probably. And I've bought a couple telescopes. I know I have a couple telescopes, and I just am awed by space since then. And I want to talk a little bit about teaching children astronomy, because I really remember when I was in school, you didn't really learn much about astronomy. And the only really thing that we had close to astronomy is just having the meteorologist close to the school. And he would come every year and talk about weather, which wasn't really into astronomy. But over quarantine, I started to realize how much I miss nature. And I've started to realize that I always thought I was a person who didn't really like nature and would just go out for the stargazing. But I just looked at how many more things I did out in the mountains, and that I enjoyed outside. And I know I enjoyed before quarantine and the whole world shutting down. I know I enjoyed rock climbing. I still enjoy mountain biking. I did astronomy. I did all the stuff outside, and I enjoyed it. And then over quarantine, I couldn't really access a lot of that stuff. But it was nice to be on the star parties, because it's like sharing around the world. And I know soon I may be co-hosting a star party, and I have a couple girls that are interested in space that would like to be on there, just my age and even younger too, who are interested in astronomy. And I would just love to have more girls my age too, because I know Deepti Gatam, she'll probably be on later. She is 16 years old, and she does star parties. And it's just inspiring to see another girl, in at least my age gap doing the star parties, because, I don't see a lot of that my days. But I think that it is free to teach children. You can go to a library, and I know you can go to a library and start a club. And me even being a child, I would love to start a club in my school for astronomy to get more kids interested, because I never really see a lot of kids my age on the star parties, or at least in my age gap. And I know we've had a couple kids on, but they don't usually come back. And I would love to get some more kids on that keep on coming back, and like Deepti has and stuff like that. And I'd love to carry astronomy through every generation, because I realized if outreach wasn't a thing and no one did outreach, we would probably not be we probably wouldn't even know what we were on. We'd be like, what planet is this even? Does this even have a name? They'd be like, well, I don't know, they named it like 200 years ago, but we stopped doing astronomy because we weren't really interested anymore. And that would probably happen if we didn't do all this outreach, and we wouldn't really know a lot about our universe. And I think that it's important to do this stuff, because we need to carry on the outreach so that we can inspire the new generations. And I hope the global star parties will last forever. I hope they'll last forever. They just keep on going. And I know we just had our 50th, and I'm so happy about that. And hopefully soon enough we'll have our 100th and 150th and then 200th. And I know that I will definitely try to do outreach now that the world has gotten a little bit better. And I know I will definitely be traveling to do some star parties, and just I like to go around and do star parties and bring my telescopes. I wasn't able to really share with people who love astronomy because I would have my friend over, and she she was not really too interested in it. I mean, she'd look at it and say cool, and then go back to sitting in the lawn chair and just sit there. But she wasn't really interested in it. So I definitely think getting children interested in astronomy is a big part. And how to host your own event. Because I know a while ago, David Levy gave me his book about teaching children for parents and teachers. Obviously, I'm not a parent nor a teacher, but I would love to become a teacher of a club and host a club for kids in my age gap or even older, just to be able to look at the stars and, inspire the next generation and do outreach. And I told I have a girl who's going to space camp with me, and I told her, I said, hey, I do this global star parties. I know if you've heard of my global star parties before. If you want to join anytime, just let me know. I mean, it won't be a problem. And we have people on that are new every single time. And I was like, just let me know. I will get you on that star party if you want to go in there and talk about space, because I know that you're going to inspire so many more people out there. And I know you may love it and you may come back on for the rest of your life too, like I've been doing, and you may love it. And I just want to give that opportunity to people in my age gap and even older too, and just girls and everybody. And so that is my presentation for today.
That's really awesome, Libby.
I hope you guys will be interested to go and do some outreach events and star parties, because I don't care how far away you live, I will be traveling. Because right now I will be going to, next week I'm going to space camp. I'm leaving on Saturday and I'm staying for a week. So I'm very excited about that I get to go back, because it was just such a fun experience to see people my age and my age gap really interested in space. And I know it was really fun too, because it's like I got to do all these simulators. I got to be a Capcom, and I had a big headset over my head, and it was like these giant headphones. And every single time I talk about space camp, I mention that. And I remember my friend it was a big long desk, and the room was supposed to look like Kennedy, and we had all these TV screens, and my friend was just sitting right next to me, and she was a Paycom, and I remember hitting the button on my desk to talk through to the astronauts. We're not really astronauts, but my other friends who were acting as astronauts, because you got to do a project, and it just felt really cool to do that. And I feel like I made friends of everybody, because I was like, you're interested in space too. I never hear that in my hometown. I never hear kids getting interested in space. And, I would love to get more people on. And I just like to go to space camp. And there's people from all over. I mean, this year, sadly, they made it to where kids from around the world weren't able to go, but kids who are in the USA were able to go. And I know I have a friend from New Jersey, I have one from Tennessee, I have one from Washington. And it's funny because I still connect to them over the phone, and I still connect to them through emails, and it's just still nice. I'm like, hey, if you guys want to come on at any point, just let me know. And you can come on and share the love of astronomy.
That is awesome.
Isn't
Libby,
she awesome? Oh.
Your enthusiasm level
Amazing.
went from, on a 1 to 10 scale, was probably at about 11 or 12. Okay, so
I'm just so happy I get to go next week and see more people who are actually interested in astronomy, because I remember the inside of space camp just looks like a cruise ship, and there's just people everywhere. There were probably a good 1,000 kids at that camp, and I was just running around, and I was like, hi, you want to be my friend because you're interested in space too? And I was like, and by the end of camp, I have everybody's email, and I was still emailing them like, hey, it's me from camp. If you ever want to come on the star party, let me know.
That's the most impressive. I have to say, Libby, your wisdom is well beyond your age. I can tell you that. You're most impressive. It was just beautiful.
I hope I can get more people who are excited in astronomy, who are in my age gap, and everybody too. I mean, I can inspire in everybody, and I hope I was sad because over quarantine, you know, I couldn't really do a lot of outreach events because I wanted to make sure everything was safe too for everybody in every age, because I know for old people it was a little bit of a risk, and I am asthmatic and I'm 11, so that was also a big risk for me, and I do have a lot of allergies and stuff like that, and so you know, it was at my top of my concerns to stay safe from the virus, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to host one, and plus I was virtual in school too, so we didn't get recess time, so I didn't really get to talk to anybody in my class. And you know, it was kind of hard because you're just so stretched out from everybody. You don't know what anybody's interested in. All my classmates saw of me was this year. And I didn't really get to say a lot more about me, myself, and I. And it was just a hard year to host outreach events, but I was still able to do the star parties every week. And I know a couple of my teachers watched my first star party when I was on, and I was just very excited about that they knew that I was interested in space, and that hopefully I'm going back this year if anything does not traumatic happen. In between this time, I hope I'm able to host a club at my school, and I hope I'm able to get some more people on this star party too, because I know we have a lot of people on. I know we had Cybella, she's also my age. I know we have Deepti. We had a kid a long time ago who came on, and he was really good at math, and I was interested in that because, you know, I don't really see a lot of kids my age into math or astronomy, but when I went to space camp, it was just amazing. So, and they even have adult space camp too. So if y'all are interested, they even have adult space camp and space camp for the whole entire family. So if your whole entire family is interested in space, you can take them and do a trip together. And it was just a lot of fun. And it was just unreal how close it was to being a real person working for NASA. And I remember my friend, the two girls that were in my cabin, one of them was a Paycom and then one of them was an astronaut. And I was like, whoa, look at her go. She's in a rocket ship. Because really, it was just like playing as an astronaut, but you get to learn a script and you get to learn what to say to the astronauts and ask if they're okay, but they're really not going to space. But it was just inspiring for me to see that, and it was unreal how cool it was to see my friend and us just both sitting at that big long desk with 3 monitors for each of us and all these TV screens just around us and it all looked just like Kennedy Space Center, and us just, and I remember, and I had that big chunky headset. Behind me, as you see there, I have a photo collage of me at space camp, and I still have a photo of me that I use a lot, of me just at my desk, and I have my mask on and my headphones, and I'm looking down at my script, and I'm pressing my button trying to talk to the people. And I'm just so happy things are getting a lot better to host and get more people on the Star Party.
Well, Libby, I think you should plan in your not so distant future. In the chat, you'll notice there's already 2 different star parties that are interested in your service, including the Nebraska Star Party and Starmus. You may be going to the Southern Hemisphere to be doing stuff. So keep all of your options open. Make sure your schoolwork's done. Yeah,
yes,
schoolwork will be done. But
this summer I traveled all the way to Key West in a car for 21 hours with my mom, and next on Saturday I will be driving 8 hours to Huntsville, Alabama, to where space camp is, and I know I'm going up to Ohio with my grandma. We're seeing the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and I just love road tripping. So I'm open to go to any Star Party, even to the airport to fly to the Southern Hemisphere. I will go anywhere. I've been to Italy, I've been to Mexico, and I want to travel the world. So I just love Star
I
Parties.
hope your mom hears all this and is saving the money for it.
Yeah.
You may have to work to
Yeah,
say
Well,
this sort of stuff costs money.
I put
but
it in, yeah.
My
I
mom
put
is-
it in the chat, but I'll say it out public to everybody. You're going to get an official invite to NSP next year, Libby. So stand by.
you may be adding Nebraska to your you will be adding Nebraska to your list of places.
I know,
The
right now,
outreach that you love to do, I think you're going to get an awesome opportunity to be doing it around the US. So we look forward to that and supporting you. Conal, you've got the same future, even if you're a little bit older. So just, you're gonna have to travel, but everyone needs to hear you all. The younger crew, and I know this is running us a little over, the younger crew, you all, Conal, Libby, and all the ones that you know are very important. Jordan, I know you talked about your work. We do have a world that is really getting steeped in pseudoscience and not caring as much about these things of real science that you all do. And it takes you all to turn that back around. There is a lack of authority out here, but listening to peers is what changes things. It's like the work that you're doing and your parents are enabling you to do. That's what's going to help us. We have our problems, but just being who you are, there's no need for you to change your personalities. Just being able to talk to different people, listening to what they have to say, even if they come up and they're asking you where the aliens are, you can still get into a conversation with it. If they're coming to you and saying, I don't believe any of this is real, just listen, because you see it at every Star Party. Someone doesn't believe that what they're seeing is actually real. I had a young child your age look in my telescope and say, the picture they saw Saturn, this just looks like a picture to me. So we have a lot of people to talk to about space, and hopefully through all of these efforts we can make a dent, and that's all we can hope for. So why we're glad Scott's doing this, and why I'm glad to be a part of it. My community.
So
The
just
same thing. Go ahead,
anything
Libby.
in space, or I love storms. I love being in the mountains. I know I've been all the way to Italy. I've been to France. I've been to Mexico, and I want to travel the world. And I feel like quarantine just literally just chopped off a year of my life. So I want to go and explore nature. I love doing biking, rock climbing. I love meeting people and doing astronomy, of course. And I know
Not necessarily though, Libby, because you've learned how to present better than I can, better than a few of us can. That year of quarantine was actually a year of you learning how to present space to people so they can understand it. So it was not a wasted year. So keep that in mind. I've only been on a few Star Parties and already seen you blossom from a connection that didn't work, cameras that kept, internet that kept freezing, and now you're crystal clear. I mean, that's the type of growth that we all had during this pandemic. So it was not a waste of time at all. Just now we have better ways to reach people. If they can't come out, we can reach them through their computers and their devices. So it's always a win.
You did the best type of travel. You traveled with your mind.
I don't want to go over, but I remember my first Star Party. I was so confident, and I was talking about how I got interested in space. And I remember my second Star Party, I started my solar system series, and I was doing all the planets and everything. And I remember I was talking about Mercury, And I realized, and after a while, I started to realize, you can't just spit out facts. You have to put your own opinion and you have to put your own view of Mercury in it. You have to put your own, you have to share your experience of looking at Mercury. You have to share your outreaches. You don't just want to spit out facts. You want to spit out personal stuff that's about Mercury, and even just a lot of facts about Mercury. You still want to put personal stuff, and that's what makes up a good presentation. Just not just spitting out facts really fast and be like, okay, so let me start first with the first fact. You need to put your own opinion and you need to talk about it more instead of just spitting out facts, which I remember I got so nervous because I just talked and I just said facts for just literally about 3 minutes, and that was it. And I got really nervous and I was like, oh snap, I did a terrible job. I was like, oh Lord, I just spit out facts and didn't say anything about Mercury. I just spit out facts.
Well, you're speaking from the heart right now, Libby. It's wonderful. Excellent.
Well, great. Well, it's time to go down to Argentina to our good friend, Cesar Brollo.
Hi, Scott. How are you? Hi, everyone. I repeat that I was not surprised me because we know to Libby, and Libby is a genius. I don't know if it's a case say that it's a genius, but it's nice. I say her like something good because sometimes my ideas of in English, when I'm speaking in Spanish in Argentina, and but every time that Libby presents something, I can feel that I say, okay, wait, she have 12 years old and she speak like it's great. It's great. I'm amazed every time that you, Libby, expose all that you talk, and we are happy to have in this Star Party. Of course, that you are invited to Argentina if you can in the future to come to Argentina to our Star Parties too.
There you go. That's a great invitation.
Of course, sure.
It's a great invitation
to everyone. But Libby is an excellent to encourage another kids to know more about astronomy that only talk about 8 planets. It's like she talk. It's incredible. Yeah. Well, tonight it started a little cloud. Now it's a mix of cloud and stars. But of course, that with this change, like everyone, when we start to prepare the telescope and say, okay, it's cloudy, it's clear, it's cloudy, it's clear. And yes, it's a sensation that every amateur astronomer have, not only the sensation, the preparation of the telescope, and you finish with a telescope in the middle of preparing without to be ready to use. Hi, Maxi, how are you? And Maxi went to see the penalties because well, it's another history. Yes. And it's about soccer team, our soccer national team, the show. And I have supporting the return of open and presenting people and real present people Star Parties. Really, I enjoy from the beginning this global Star Parties, but like everyone, we miss to know in person to everyone. I think that maybe next year I hope to go to United States, or of course people that can visit in Argentina in our star parties. I think that we are all thinking about the same. I saw your picture, Scott Roberts, with the Airstream. I started to think, you went to the star party. Yes, because it's actually something that we are so have a big expectative. I like to go to Chivilcoy to eat an asado with Maxi, or of course go to Arkansas, and yes, come on. And well, I have some pictures. Let me share my screen. This is directly of our Facebook. Let me put in the chat the page where are the pictures. But of course, the different thing is that I'll explain the pictures in live, because normally the people visit this, but you can see the picture.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry that are scaled in a small one, because many of them, let me, well, this is our first, we actually next year we will have 25 years of our star parties in Argentina. This is the first one. We made some star parties in the past, before this, star party in 1996. We started in 1994, but this one is the growth of the end of a star party. You can see that some star trail, this is not a dust, if not, it's a no, here is a star, sorry. This is a star, and we use flash photography. This is the time of the film. It's not digital picture, of course. And this was the small group that we started with no more than 40 people. And this is in a smaller group. This is me, younger, my brother-in-law, Matias, Eduardo Macela. I don't remember Ruben Barros, Danielo Sanay, my wife, Evangelina, and I don't remember another names, but this was the picture of the end of the first star party. This was my 8 Cassegrain telescope. You can see that it's yellow because we in this time we import from Italy a brand that the name is Conus, and they bought to Mid Cassegrain telescopes, and they paint with yellow color, and they put their brand. But when we started to import, they say, okay, do you manufacturing in Italy Schmidt Cassegrain? When I received the first of this, I found that was Mid 8 inches telescope. And maybe do you remember if Scott, do you remember that if you sold to an Italian company, well, Mid telescope, there are the telescopes that we bought. They came from USA to Italy and became to Argentina.
Wow.
A lot of money in the middle.
World traveling
shipping.
telescope.
Yeah, absolutely. Come on. But this was my first modern style telescope. The another one was telescope that I made with the optics, you know. This is the one of the first star parties where we started to make pictures of the Milky Way. Sorry that I need to find again the original pictures to scanning with a better resolution. This was a summer star party in the same year, 1996, with more than 100 people in the place. Was at no more than 70 kilometers, is about 40 miles from city of Buenos Aires. In this time, this part of the sky was okay. Actually, it's impossible because it's all completely full of condominiums. We call it country clubs, and it's people that love. This is my friend. People, sorry, that love illuminating the tennis courts with lights in the night without playing. You know, the sky was totally ruined. And well, this is my friend Domingo Barrachina. This was the time of all of people with 8 inches celestron telescope in 1998. Sorry, the size of the some pictures, because the
No, we can see him fine, Cesar.
Okay, this is Scott. This is my son, Agustin.
Wow.
This is his first star party.
Yeah, he was shorter then. He was
absolutely
not so tall.
This is the dwarf. Yeah. Yeah. And the people, yes. This is like directing something with the people assembling their telescopes.
Right.
This was in 1999.
Wow.
Near to Buenos Aires too. Another people, yes, we had celestron at this time only, like only brand, and it's normal that in our pictures you can see more celestron telescope in the old ones. And this is another of the talkings about astrophotography, but astrophotography with film. In 1998.
Right.
This guy was a genius. He had his name was his name is well, of course that is Manuel Lopez Alvarez. He made 3 books for finding supernovas with a galaxy catalog. Yeah, supernova guide. His books was sold in Wilman Bell. You remember Wilman Bell?
Of course.
Yeah.
Right.
This was he was my friend, because I found this guy that he had a 14 inches Schmidt camera for 35 millimeters and for 127 millimeters, and we made a lot of pictures with him. Was wonderful that, because our house was only at 1 block from him.
Wow.
I found it. Yes, was incredible. What this was because he was a legend in our for our amateur astronomers, because he was an excellent amateur astronomer, maybe one of the best. He was a member of Asociación Argentina Amigos de la Astronomía. Argentinian Association Friends Astronomy, or in the order that. And he was like an honor member, because their books was an excellent tools to found supernovas, because it was a catalog. He made pictures by pictures of galaxy by galaxies in the south hemisphere. He really was a genius, and I had the opportunity to make pictures with him. Yes, was the end of the time of the film processing for with I don't remember the helio or nitrogen. I think that was with hypersensibilized. I don't remember the exactly word in how to pronounce the exactly word in English. Well, the process for to make more sensitive the film photographic film. Really, I enjoyed to be a part of the history with Manuel Lopez Alvarez. I'm here, so young.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. The price of the telescope, typically in our star parties, this is the owner of the company, but this is my no Celestron company, Saraco company.
Saraco.
He was yes, Jorge Saraco was my
Father-in-law.
Yes, my father-in-law. We are a real family business, very Italian style, and really well. We in any Star Party we made a prize. Well, I am in the 90s in the exposition. I'm like to be in the future with this, but with a smart scientific stand, of course. This was it known in Argentina. This was in Georgia, Atlanta. I visited in 1999 a Peach State Stargaze in Atlanta, Georgia. I was amazed with the South hospitality, the hospitality of the people from everywhere in the United States, of course. Really, I enjoyed this. I don't remember if anybody of yours do you know this guy? This made in wood telescopes, and I was talking a lot with him, and really, the people that in Star Parties in real person are incredible people.
Yeah.
In any country where you go, I felt like I felt really, really in my home in this Star Party.
Look at the counterweight. It looks like concrete.
Yes, absolutely. With concrete counterweights, all in iron. Yeah, genius. Well, this is my first telescope was similar, but not in wood. The typical morning. I love the morning in the Star Parties. I really miss the morning in Star Party when the people say hello, good morning. We are going to the first talk at I don't know, maybe 11 o'clock or. I love
Maybe
this.
not too early in the morning.
Yeah. Well, we started in this Star Party. We started with a how this is the name? Pancakes, not that waffles. We the wife of the club, the wife of the members of the club, they organized waffles dinner. Breakfast at I don't remember the waff, maybe at 7 a.m. I remember that I slept only 2 hours.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I love Star Parties. The science scope. This is incredible because it's a man from I don't remember where, but he had. It's a great idea that I found this guy. This is not the owner. I don't have the picture of the owner. And he made a telescope, a Dobsonian telescope, to make a sign for everyone in a white color over the black color. It's I like a blackboard, a telescope like a blackboard to sign the people that like to put their name. Well, another pictures that this is from Atlanta, Georgia, and this is again in Argentina in 2000. This was a 300 people Star Party in Argentina. That was a lot, really. We made a 2-day Star Party, but near to Buenos Aires. This is 2004. We had a place in a very dark place at only maybe 40 miles from Buenos Aires city, and in a great place. And well, we made a lot of different things like a solar scale, solar system at the scale, not a perfect scale but for example, typical thing that we made in the Star Parties is that the kids paint, a sphere, paint the different planets, and the planets are put, of course, at the scale in distance to make an idea. Yes, this is the first
That's
time
cool.
of, yeah.
Very cool.
This is my nephew that actually he worked for a company that is supplier of Tesla motors, and he live, he's Argentinian, but he live actually in San Francisco.
Huh.
Yeah. Well, the kids that are interested in things made a great career, I think. He's
Absolutely.
an engineering, yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, Paint Planet, make a great career. And yes, and this is this was in the 2000 Star Party, was a great Star Party with 300 people. That United States is a small Star Party, and here in Argentina, 300 people is a great Star Party. More people with 14 inches, 18 inches. They carried a lot of telescopes. This is, for example, this guy carry this 14 inches with a system that starting with a hydraulic piers. In few minutes, yes, he's an old man, a genius, a mechanic engineer. And when I say, okay, I sold you, I say, okay, I don't need the tripod, no problem. And when he showed me his invent, was amazing.
Wow.
And the best part is that this vase was made in a truck, can carry in a truck without disassembling. The system was amazing.
Very cool. Yeah, it's ingenious sometimes what amateur astronomers come up with. So
absolutely. Yes, you found all time. This is Fernando Colom. Fernando Colom was an Argentinian physics that he worked with Carl Sagan in the SETI project in the United States and in Arecibo. And he of course, we was amazed to have him in our types. Fernando Colom again in a talk outside on outdoor in the same Star Party. The typical price. More pictures, a lot of this Star Party was amazing. Some picture with flash, that the people hate you, but of course that sometimes when we make pictures with flash, we don't make anymore, because today with the digital cameras, we prefer to say to the people, come on, stay quiet. We only use a light of a cell phone, and you can make the same picture with the stars here. But in the 2004, we still use this is digital, but the first cameras wasn't great like today, or maybe from 2010 I can be able to take this picture typical with the stars. Well, I don't know the number of Star Parties that we organized. I love this picture, the typical picture when the start with the sunset, with the people preparing their telescopes. This was my own telescope in this time. I sold it, of course, like my old telescope, but I need my equipment again. It's me, a younger Cesar Brollo. This guy made an excellent pictures with films. We moved to Mendoza to San Rafael in the same 2004 and started to make the Star Parties. This is Pedro Cesar, that you know him.
Right, yes. He's on our programs a couple of times.
Yes. And it's me, my friend Domingo Barrachina, A lot of we made a lot of star parties with my friend Jaime Garcia.
It's great.
Pedro Cesar, the prizes in the last dinner of the star parties. We are in the picture because we have a great cosmic ray observatory in near 200 at only 100 miles from San Rafael, the place where we made the star party. And sometimes, not in all years, sometimes we went all together, 200 people, maybe 100, depending the year. And we went to Malargüe, the place where it's a cosmic ray observatory, and we receive a conference, a talk from the physics, from the astronomers, really something that when we can make this, we love it. And another stand, another presentation in another star party. This was in Santa Fe, province of Santa Fe. And well, I think that I prefer, well, star parties by a lot, maybe 3 or 4 by years. I have maybe, I don't know, 1,000 pictures, but I prefer continuing next next star party, next global star party. No, yes, because it's too much. And but the idea is that the beginning, I put the Facebook link, Scott, to share if the people like to visit our Facebook with this.
All right, and I will share that in chat right now. That's great.
Yeah, thank you. And this is something that the feeling. I'm really I'm expecting the listen to John Johnson, the Nebraska Star Party, because it's where the people starting to return to found themselves under the sky. We ever we talk about, you know, the kind of people that we are, and sometimes if we enjoy, for example, Global Star Party, I think that we are the same people that we still talking when many people went to sleep, and we are maybe the few ones, you know, the smaller group that you are talking with a beer and it's, you know, blah blah, and talking jokes, and this is it's a great feeling. Really, I work a lot. I work a lot in star parties in Argentina. My opportunity to visit the Atlanta, Georgia Star Party, the Peach State, Sergei, the Atlanta Astronomical Club. I need return to United States to visit another star parties in the United States. Really, it's because I enjoy it a lot, and something that like in this time I worked a lot with Celestron, like a technical supporter. Was great. Something that was unexpected for me was make support for the people, because, you know, it's like I used it as a Celestron t-shirt because I had one, but I was not from California, I was from Argentina, and the people tell me, "Oh, thank you, a support, technical support from Celestron. Come on, I need to." I work it. Yes, this was fun because the people say, "Okay, this guy is from Celestron, but where is your accent?" Okay, no problem. But yes, was great. In this time, the people had issues with connecting in Celestron, especially with you need to connect the encoders, optical encoders, outside the mount, connecting with a black box that was an electronic device to see the numbers. And when when you go to 0, you was in the star. Terrible. And the people, when you had a loose axis, a loose axis of your encoder, of course that you have an error. And I make support in USA, being from Argentina. Come on, this is unreal. But people say, "Oh, okay, thank you. Where are you from?" No, from Argentina. I am not from Celestron. Call for support.
Maybe Celestron, Argentina.
Yes, it was a total craziness, and really I enjoyed all of this, because when you the best part of to make support in technical support is the happiness of the people when you resolve the problem.
Yes.
Really, it's something that in my 30 years of career working with telescope, I am telescope dealer, but the part, if you told me who is my favorite part of the work is make technical support. Everything. Sometimes from astronomy. Sometimes I receive a call in my cell phone. I receive at maybe 11 o'clock for people that have my cell phone and say, "Hi, I am a customer of you. This is something that is right in the horizon. Is Jupiter? Come on, it's 11 p.m. o'clock. Yes, let's say how this guy have my cell phone number.
Yeah, how did he get your cell phone number?
Yes. But the fun fact is that I am using my telescope at this time and say, yes, I am watching that this Jupiter. I am with my telescope too. And this is the part where they say, okay, I am in one part, I feel the same. I understand the curiosity, the first steps of every people. I enjoy every time that the people make. I found it tired to see the first steps of the people in astronomy and amateur astronomy. When they start to use their telescope. Well, this week I am making support. I giving support, for the how to put the software of the Explore Stars in a tablet. And the people say, "Oh, okay, I have the library. Okay, this work. The telescope move, and I can touch my table, my table, how do you say table? It's table.
Yeah,
like
table.
A smart table." And the people, I can see the smile, and I say, like a kid. And this is the best part of this. And because it's a hobby, is have pleasure, or make pleasure, make happiness. This is a really great thing. It's similar when I make, we work in something that we call it subnormal vision in our another department, that we make special glasses for people that have maculopathia. It's in English. I don't know if you understand. When the people say, "I can see something again, I can read something again," and all people, that smile again is something that this is more serious thing that is incredible. But I really enjoy how the people when discover that they can make something with their telescope in the further steps, because maybe they have the telescope 1 or 2 weeks only. They're new owners, and really they enjoy and smile like kids. This is amazing.
Yes. Excellent, Cesar.
It's a pleasure.
Excellent. Okay. John, you still with us?
I came back. Yep, had to get my glass of milk. A Clete with
That's great. Okay. Who's up next here? I think we have Maxi.
Yes, how are you, everyone?
Maxi, how are you? So, yeah, this
Maxi,
is
we are
the
happy.
Argentinian Southern Hemisphere section of our Star Party right here.
It's a little late right now. It's 1 a.m., but it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yes.
We can do it because we are tomorrow we have to work, but how I say it, we are asleep very short here, so we are accustomed to sleep only 5 hours, 4 hours, and then wake up and the day goes on. So hey, hi everyone. When I want to show this night in the virtual Nebraska Star Party, I want to show what I did the last GSP from pictures that I took of Omega Centauri and Trifid Nebula, but also some kind of details on that pictures and what I did last Friday, practicing with my new mount. That night was very cold and
yes,
and I was very freeze, so I tried to put everything automatically so I can only with my cell phone move the telescope if I have to do it. If I not, let's keep continuing to take pictures. So let me show my screen here. So you can see.
Oh yeah, great, okay. Wonderful eclipse shot.
It always starts with that eclipse shot.
It does. Yeah, but I love it every time.
Every time.
We know the Maxi computer.
So basically, this is my my scope, an 8 inches telescope f4, and this is the new mount that I spoke last week that my fiance say is the mount, or and sell the another one, or you are out with the mount. So basically, I put the cables, try to align to polar octants or octantis stars to the southern polar, and I was trying to figure out how it works, the movements and everything, and it looks like I'm going to destroy a star without these cables, but no. The reason is I want to capture that lights. So this is the light of the leads light of my neighbor. You can see every night, every single night at 9 p.m. at almost 11 or 12 a.m. It continues to on. So then when this goes out, oh, it changed a lot. So I start to, well, this is the Friday night, the 12th of July at 21, almost 10 p.m. I was trying to take pictures to the Cat's Paw Nebula. That's an interesting nebula because it has a lot of hydrogen.
Hydrogen.
Yeah. I don't know how to say in English. Sorry.
No, you got it pretty much. That's it.
So with the camera, you can grab a lot of information that it's very very bright
fine.
when you to capture, but you need a lot of information to take
Yeah.
it.
It's a
So
very fine nebula. It's really fine. It's incredible the picture that you took, because when I saw your picture, I don't like to spoil this, but it's like, what? Okay, continue. Yes.
Okay, so this is a capture of my cell phone because I was the words I don't know how
Tell
to
me
say.
in Argentinian. I don't know.
I was with the program Anidesk doing the remote
Yes,
a remote control. This is
Remote control
screen.
guiding.
Yeah, this is the screen of my notebook.
Yeah.
But I was in my cell phone and also in this computer seeing what's happening outside without in here in my house.
Remotely, you was indoor, and you drove your telescope remotely.
Exactly. I put a box above the notebook because maybe the weather is going to freeze the computer and everything. So to protect it, and I connected.
You are from my club.
Yes, of course.
You Cameron.
I'm a newbie in your club, but so I was watching and monitoring everything that maybe sometimes goes a little bit with the guiding, but everything was go okay. So I start to take pictures, and that night my fiance is staying home because she doesn't work. So this helps me to be time with her and and not at night to say, oh, again with the telescope, come on. I'm here in home and you are out now. Okay, so this is a picture also at almost 1 a.m. and doing at 9 seconds, you can see the nebula, some little clouds, but still guiding, maybe some okay. And this is a single picture opening in PixInsight and stretch it. So I see if the picture was okay with the stars, the nebula and everything. And you can see this is a single picture of 5 minutes at ISO 800. And the nebula was in the center. So, okay, let's continue in taking pictures. The night is continuing. So basically that night I went to sleep with the equipment outside. I put my alarm, my phone alarm to 4 a.m. My fiance was sleeping. So I connected again to my cell phone to see how it was going to everything. And it continued to capture in the single, to the nebula, but it was in the other side of the west, almost 40 degrees above the horizon. But at that degrees, the light pollutions and some smoke gets me very orange picture. So that at that time it doesn't matter. I went out, but I said the night continues. So what will I do now? I was searching in my cell phone what I can took. So I decided to went to Dumble Nebula, but a tree it was in front. So I with the tracking with the program Cartusiel and the EQ mode program, I was jumping to star, to a nebula, to a star, to a global cluster, viewing in the guiding scope, and and I had to find the galaxy, the skulls of the galaxy. It was in the east at almost 40 degrees. O sea, it was in the other side, but
Yeah.
all that I did in my bed with my fiance sleeping, and I was with the lady
Yes.
cell phone warm, but but
Come
you know,
on.
I can do it.
Sure, and this is something that yes, I made the part. Yes, it's really
There's too
something
much.
that yes, we really deserve this comfort because
No, that night was really cold.
yeah,
So
and
this
this
is
is how and this is really wow, this is amazing. And first of all, when you have all that work properly, that because you went from the west to the east, and the moon it's going to the point, you're happy because they say, "Come on."
maybe I will have some errors, so that's why I went
Well,
to
it's not an
to an object.
scientific mount,
Yes,
but no
of
problem.
course, I will need that to get more precisely, but I was jumping to a star, to a nebula.
Star hopping, yes.
Exactly.
Go to star hopping. It's an amazing time that you
So
ask us.
I reached to the Sculpture Nebula at almost 5 a.m. of the morning.
Yeah.
And see the temperature that it was outside. 3.
What was the temperature? Centigrade.
Three.
3 degrees centigrade.
Above the 0. It was very cold.
The
I think
30s.
it was
About 37. Yeah.
Yes,
37
37
Hey,
Fahrenheit.
That's not
Yeah.
cold.
No, it's not. It's not
That's
terrible.
not cold. I've observed in minus 20 degree weather.
Yes,
But it's 20 centigrade or 20
Fahrenheit.
degrees
Yeah.
Fahrenheit.
In a dry
So have I.
weather.
Have icicles on my mustache. I'm sorry. Go
Oh,
ahead.
You win. You win. Yeah.
Yes, I think you win.
Yeah. No.
So,
yes.
well, this is a single picture of
Omega
the last
Centauri.
week of the Omega Centauri that I will show you last weekend. And
we
this is
compare. Yes, the my picture from the city and come on.
this
It's
is
finished.
the processor.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Yeah.
You can. I don't know is Cameron is in there.
And
No.
we can see
No.
the colors,
Yeah,
the
I-
different colors
I'm here.
between the red ones and the blue ones.
Yes,
And
you.
Maxi.
yellow, but
Beautiful Omega Century. Yes.
Hi, Cameron. How are you? Do you remember last weekend we talked about some tiny galaxies?
Oh yeah, I love it when they're in the same field of view of these show objects. You have this beautiful big Omega Century, and then some galaxies hundreds of millions of light
There
years
you
away.
go.
Here
I
are
can-
two.
Yeah. Oh my.
yeah, it's incredible that you can
And
found it.
only in 1 minute pictures.
Yeah.
Maybe I did some for 1 hour, but sorry, I have some hot pixels that I couldn't took. But
Oh,
you know, the core it wasn't very brightening, so you see all the stars very short.
it's a
And-
great picture because
It keeps the color. The colors are nice. It doesn't oversaturate the overexpose the stars, so you see all the colors. It's beautiful.
Thank you. So they with a friend Nico Arias, I asked to him because I don't know what's those that little galaxies. So he sent me this basic information.
Yeah.
In this case, in English. You can see one of those is an spiral galaxy in Centaurus,
Centaurus.
and and visual magnitude 13.22.
Yeah.
And look at the distance.
Yep.
It's around the corner.
140. Yeah.
It's around the corner.
Just around the corner. All right.
Millions light years. Yeah.
And it's in the catalog of PGC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all the number. And this is the another galaxy. It has a 40.23 magnitude, and it's more closer, like from where Cesar and I am.
Yeah.
So you'll get there a little sooner.
Yes.
A light hour
So
sooner.
this is a single picture in 3 minutes of, you can see the color of the Trifid Nebula, but all the graph of the light pollution of my sky. Talking about my light pollution, let me remember you. Oh, here. Where I'm from. This is Buenos Aires. Here is Cesar.
Come on, don't show me any more of this.
And here's where I am. Chivilcoy.
Yes.
When you, I didn't know this, but when you point in the...
This is all people making barbecue in Chivilcoy.
Yeah. Is that what it is?
Probably.
The border, I remember it was saying, I think the last year, 5 or 6, but now it's class 7.
Oh my.
And also, I'm still doing this. When I process about, I don't know, it was 2 hours in 3 minutes pictures, I take this.
Wow.
Yes, it's a great, really great.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Nice.
You know, I think maybe the background of obviously this is the galaxy, but when I do a photometric calibration, the background goes very orange, but the nebula, it doesn't affect, you know.
Oh, because it's real, because you have the amount of hydrogen in the spectrum of the color of the background.
Yes.
That is real. Because you can see that when you make a photometric color correction, it's real because the software is comparing with calibrated
with the
pictures.
database of the...
Yes, and this is the best way to have the color. Because for me, before the photometric calibration, I had I remember that I had my Eta Carina Nebula in red wine color. That is not real, because maybe I like the red wine, but it's not real, the color for a nebula. And say, okay, photometric calibration resolve this, not anymore red wine color.
So, well, this is the last Tuesday when I was in the GSP. But this is a picture of 5 minutes of the Cat's Paw Nebula. You can see, comparing with this in 3 minutes, very in the same spot. It's more bright and more, it doesn't see anything.
Yeah, Maxi.
What?
Yeah, incredible. Maxi, do you
it's all washed out.
Do you have actually yet helioneon artifacts, like artifacts in the street? You know, the orange one.
Mercury lights. Some mercury lights. That's why it's orange. But now the
it's
government
turning to the LED.
Yes, they are encouraging the LED light because obviously it's for safely for to when you are in the street, when you're driving, you see better, but
the problem is
it's not the same.
If they put a lot of LED lights is okay because you have a blue a blue part of the spectrum that is really bad for health, about the circadian rhythm, or you know. But for astrophotography,
no,
it's more easy to filter because it's in a narrow band.
I need to find a farm and maybe in here.
No.
Here. Or maybe went to my mother-in-law province that she's from Santa Rosa and also my fiance, but I'm going to be here. I don't know. Here is Bortle 1, class 1.
Yeah,
You know,
it's the same that we have. The same that we use or we have in San Rafael Mendoza.
in San Rafael Mendoza, let me show you.
And we are not in San Rafael. San Rafael
no,
is a great city, but we are.
It's here. Here's
now,
San
yes,
Rafael.
Sure,
but you
we
are.
No. Our Star Party is in a gray zone. It's 1.
Maybe from
it's
more
in
to
the
the
canyon.
south.
It's inside the canyon. Yes.
I don't know because I don't have some really.
Yes, you do have but this is the south.
Is General Bear?
No. It's near to this lake that you showed me.
Here's Malargüe.
Yes, but the third party is in a place where is in this zone. Sorry that I well, this is in a gray zone. It's in a dark area.
Well, here's the frontier with Chile. You can see all the Chilean light pollution, and the other side of the Andes mountains, the Cordillera de los Andes, there's a lot of deserts.
No, yes, and in the north of Chile, in the part of Telescope, it's the same. It's very dark.
Yes, it's very dark, but they have
the problem is
some.
between Mendoza and Mendoza in the Argentinian side and Santiago de Chile. This is very, very light pollution.
The central place from Buenos Aires, Rosario, Córdoba, San Luis,
yes.
Mendoza, and Santiago of Chile.
Yeah.
You can see across the country, and Chile is light pollution. But you see
Buenos
the
Aires
south.
province too is really, because it's an active economy farm area, and many exports from farms are from Buenos Aires, and you have a lot of cities that work in the farm areas and the economies around this. It's a net that you can see, like a net of cities, and it's a very populated area.
Going to Buenos Aires.
Chivilcoy is a city of maybe 2,000 or 2,000, 200,000, 100,000.
100 maybe people.
Yes, it's not a town. It's a city.
It's a city, yes.
100,000 people. Yes.
So basically, that's go to when you come here. It's more like a farm desert. Here is the wet pampa or pampa húmeda, and that's why it's a lot of farm places. But in here, it's
more desert. We call it pampa seca.
Yes, dry pampa.
Dry pampa.
So, well, this is not an island, This is not an island. This is the fishing boats from the other countries, well, in the Argentine Sea.
China, yes, the pot, yes, for calamar, for shrimp.
In the border of the
shrimp fisher, yeah.
Yes. So, well, basically that's where I am from. So in some farms from here, where is going to be the next observatory, maybe it's going to be Portal 3, where I was. Yes, like I said. You see. So
I think that Portal 3 is great, and especially if
for visually it's amazing.
Turning, yes,
for visually it's amazing, and also for pictures, But for visually,
I've seen Bortle 3. It's not bad. Bortle 3 is the start of Milky Way with structure.
Absolutely.
Constellations
Yes,
begin to get
Yes.
obscure. You begin to see things naked eye that you can't see. Even at Bortle 4, things start to drop off. I call it in our winter time here, Bortle 3. Bortle 4 is where Orion, you start to see the vest of Orion. There are 3 stars that look kind of like a V-neck. like Orion, the constellation's wearing a V-neck.
Yes, yes.
It's one of my personal ways to tell how dark a sky I'm in. So,
or when we can account the Pleiades, Adrian.
Yes, the northern Pleiades. Yes.
When you can say how many stars have the Pleiades, you are maybe in 4 and start to say something and say, okay, so start to
Talking about the
show.
Pleiades, you remember me that we talked about the Pleiades, the southern Pleiades, and I was taking some calibrating pictures of to try to get focus. No, sorry. The
I
program.
love that.
No, but let me show you in
you
the
find
single.
The best thing of the Pleiades is a reflection nebula. It's incredible.
Well, this is the southern Pleiades, but this is a single picture.
Yes.
I was trying to get focus. The stars looks like this was maybe 30
South
seconds.
Pleiades, yes.
Yeah, the southern Pleiades, and also they have this open cluster here. Yes. It's amazing. The stars looks like they are almost the same like the common Pleiades. Well, let me continuing. I was in here with the light pollution nebula, and when I stuck almost 4 hours and 40 minutes at 5-minute pictures in ISO 800 and process and everything, I have this. You see it?
Yeah, come on.
Yep.
This is what I say. I like not to spoiler alert. Say, because today I say the picture was amazing. Yeah.
You know, this dark spot, it's blown my mind. You know.
Yeah.
See this dark cloud contrasting the rest of the place, and also the colors of the nebula and everything. But this is amazing. You know.
Yeah.
So basically, this was almost 5 hours stacking in board 7. Maybe in board 3 is going to be better, but with the camera that I have, it's not prepared. It's not a cool camera. It's a simple DSLR, but you can still do some astrophotography with a single equipment. And this is a single picture of the sculptural galaxy. You see the galaxy here, very blurred and very pink sky. But this is a little process. I was working, but I couldn't do it anymore. But this is what I get in almost 1 hour and 30 minutes.
Wow.
These are wonderful pictures. Great job, Maxi.
Thank you. I crop it because I was thinking to share in the social media, but you can see the field is enormous, and the galaxy is going to be very tiny. So I crop it a little bit, but for you can, and everyone see the structure of the galaxy and the core. If the picture is more bigger, the galaxy is obviously smaller, and the details of the galaxy, you lose it, you know. That's why I crop it, the image.
Yes, you crop because the size of the galaxy.
And the social media, they break down the images.
Oh yeah.
Yes, especially in Facebook. I don't know why.
Oh yes, they have a mid la trituradora de carne, de meat triturators.
Oh, come on. Yes. Yes, I
Well,
forget the.
From the wall of Pink Floyd, the same thing, like the
Yes,
sausages.
yes.
The,
Yes,
well, this
I
is
don't
in
remember
pictures.
yes, I don't have the word exactly to say that, but broke in small pieces, the picture.
Yes.
I know.
Well, this is the last Tuesday. This it was some water. It was about the trail of my father, and see the it was very shiny because it's a lot of ice.
A lot of ice.
Yeah,
And
but
I have to break it, and you see the size of the ice.
like a
It was
window,
like
yes.
like a glass,
Like-
yes.
Yes,
You know,
you can make an Schmidt camera corrector.
For
For a
only
very
that
short
night.
period of time, you can get
Yes.
the correction just right.
Yeah.
So you can see it was very cold night.
Yeah.
And I don't know if in that time they will say going to get you remember Cesar say they're going to have snow, but it doesn't snow
The
here.
freezing in the morning,
Yeah.
the hail.
Yes, but it's very strange to get snow here.
No,
because
yes, it's impossible. Yes, in
it's
Provincia de Buenos
almost
Aires, sometimes we have areas where
for
snow,
us to see snowfall is very strange, and when we see it, we say, "Oh, snow!" We like
yeah,
like young
yes.
kids with.
In Patagonia is
play.
another situation because they
Yes.
have maybe 1 meter of. In Ushuaia, they have in April 1 meter of snow in the city, but in only 1 day. But no, we are at the same for to explain where we are. We are at the same 35 south degrees. It's the same like Atlanta, Georgia. It's a medium. It's not the tropics, of course. 35 is hot in summer. It's a little
I think
cold.
it's a more of northern Texas, maybe.
Atlanta, Georgia is the same like Buenos Aires, for example. It's 35 degrees.
Yeah, that's about what Dallas, maybe a little north
Dallas,
of Dallas.
Houston,
Oklahoma, maybe, yeah.
Oklahoma, yes.
Yeah.
And you have wet summers, hot, and it's not so cold. It's like we are really we like to say, oh my God, it's so cold. But if we compare with people in Patagonia, they are crazy because they live and work, or people in the North Dakota, for example. People from the North Dakota say, "Come on, it's winter. You are alive." Yes, okay, yes, because it's people. Or we watch the movie. I remember Fargo, and people that tell me, no, this is real.
Yeah.
Yes, like Argentina and Chile is going more stretched to the south. We don't have many cities in the part more cold of the continent.
Right.
We have only in the south Punta Arenas in the Chilean side, and Ushuaia in the Argentinian side of the last island that is Tierra del Fuego. But we don't have many sites really cold in the medium, from the medium to the north of Argentina. Of course, that it's a medium temperature is normal. But of course, that the problem is that in how Maxi say, we call it pampa húmeda, and the humid with the cold weather is a explosive cocktail. It really
gets to
bad.
your bones.
Yeah,
really gets to your bones.
I understand.
Yes, this is a problem with many people. That this is why, for example, all time I think I encourage people to work like say Maxi from the bed and say with the cell phone using the camera outside, because the people make more astrophotography and don't abandon the hobby.
It get old.
Yes. No, yes, me, not you, but I am
Me.
older.
I'm talking about me, but
You're young, come on. And maybe I remember that the time where I was my kids was babies. Especially I remember that I bought my first CCD colored camera, black and white, 320 by maybe, I don't know if 640, the number of the resolution. I remember that I started to use the all internal because when my kid was a baby, he have the kids have a time that maybe until 2 hours they wake up to drink milk, and I prefer it in this time. Me and my wife say, okay, we are make pictures with the CCD because we are not sleeping, because we are and this is Maxi, that this is why you need kids now, because you prepare to don't sleep.
Image. No,
Yes.
keep imaging as long as you can. You make great images. There will be plenty of time for the kids and the telescope to collect dust later.
Right.
Okay, so I'm taking the grab to Adrian now, so we can continue to schedule it. So thank you, everyone, and I hope you like my work. And thank you again, John
Thank you,
Johnson.
Maxi.
And
Thank you,
everyone.
Maxi.
Yeah, Maxi.
All
Gracias,
right.
como siempre.
Good stuff.
Thank you, Maxi.
That's
Yeah.
it, Adrian.
Yep. And I'll go ahead and just jump in now. Scott, I know you and John.
You're
my
on.
name is Adrian Bradley, and I've been invited to do these global star parties and share the night photography that I've been doing. Really quick, when the smoke comes, you can do some day photography as well and shoot right at the sun. Please be careful when trying to do images like this, because you can ruin your vision looking at it. But when the sun is low on the horizon, that is
nice.
when you can take photos such as these. Low on the horizon or sinking, that is when you do it. When it's higher in the sky, this is about as low as it gets before you can start taking. When it's higher in the sky and you can see the effects of the smoke here, you can start burning your sensors without a filter, so be careful. But let's talk about the night. Here's an image. So this is a Bortle 4 sky Milky Way image. This is all we can see in the north. Those in the south can see a lot more. And in fact, it may be a surprise to a lot of you that are from the southern hemisphere, from other areas, to know that there are places where the Milky Way is actually cut off from what you can normally see. But this is what we see, the northern part of it. Here's another image. Now, this is before the smoke arrived over our state of Michigan. Liken it to a Bortle 7. So this is Bortle 4. So we'll look at this again. This is like Bortle 4, and these are, you see enough of the Milky Way to where your images come out like this. And then Bortle 2 is behind me. That's you aren't seeing it because I'm sharing my screen. Here's what happens when the smoke comes in and you want to image. That is it, same place. Where's the Milky Way? You barely see it right here along these streaks of satellites and planes, and I hope for a meteor in there. I don't see one. That's what happens. And what makes this interesting is this imitates trying to get the Milky Way in a Bortle 7 sky. If this were all light pollution that develops over time, a lot longer time, this is how your night sky gets reduced.
Whoa.
So what you're looking at is basically my pictures of the apocalypse. This is what my Milky Way photography would look like. it would demand a lot more creative ways of shooting at the Milky Way. Using a tracker would be a must. And none of these shots were taken with a tracker. I'm using the tracker for something else that night. And you'll see what it is. Your Milky Way shots, you can get beautiful foregrounds still, but because of the smoke in the atmosphere, and this basically light pollution has the very same effect. It limits the things you can see in the night sky. You have your stars, but they're not very distinctive. You'd have to look really close to see the Scorpion right over here. Scorpius is here. Stars of Sagittarius are around here, but you can't make them out very well. And that is a huge difference from making them out really easily here. There's Sagittarius right here. There's the Scorpion. Ophiuchus is back here. I think in the other image I took, you have Jupiter and Saturn. You kind of have them here with some of the clouds. So it's a huge difference. A lot of things you just can't see. Now, when clouds come and cover, you can still get images like this where, well, the Milky Way is supposed to be here, but the clouds covered it almost perfectly for me. That
It
was
gets
an
more
omen.
natural picture.
Yeah.
A more natural
Yes.
picture.
Yeah.
But I love your pictures. Adrian,
Yeah,
because
that one.
This have a movement, show the movement.
Yeah.
It's like a live picture because you transmit the movement of the clouds and the mix. All people
Yeah.
say, okay, this is not completely clear. I don't take pictures. No, it's with some. It's a great effect. Clouds and the Milky Way. It's really great.
And yeah, and my process is ever changing in getting Milky Way shots. Here is a close-up with the 50. This is about all we would be able to do is deep sky imaging. We'd have to take long frames, cut through the clouds to shoot things like the crescent, the Satyr region, North American and Pelican
Nebula,
nebulas here.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yes,
that's basically what we would do. It does make for, the smoke. Actual smoke makes for these sunsets where you have a reddish sun setting. So, getting beautiful sunsets is a nice thing. However, it does drastically affect your night photography. So that is all that I am going to share in the interest of time. Get Conal on here. One more shot here with the in St. Joseph, Michigan.
That's pretty.
Yeah.
Michigan Lake. Yeah.
Yep, Lake Michigan, where you can take photos at. So you have to be creative when it comes to handling when the skies don't cooperate. And that's my subtle warning for the worst case scenario for light pollution, where you have places like the Nebraska Star Party where you can get away from it all. It's another reason to try and go and visit these star parties and see the night sky the way that it was seen, years and years ago before the Industrial Revolution, and see things that right now you have to get them in pictures, but you can see them with your own eyes if the skies are dark enough. So we do have to continue the fight with light pollution, not only so that we don't lose our skies like that, but if we also protect the nature and the wildlife, the natural sleep cycles that are out that come from day and night, the cycles of the moon, everything that's out there. It's interrupted with the tungsten light that comes out, the mercury light that it shines a lot of light. A lot of cities are working on getting the light pollution under control. And it improves the quality of the night sky and the, our ability to preserve the night sky so that we can share it with
Yeah.
others.
Yes.
So with that public service announcement, I will turn it over.
All right, thanks very much, Adrian. It is good to know and consider some of the things that are going on with our night skies. I think Nebraska Star Party is a great opportunity to get out there. It sure sounds like a lot of fun to see nature in its element. So I'm going to share tonight a couple of objects that are favorites of mine, and I think they make great targets for sharing with the public as well. Begin sharing my screen here. Let me know if you can see this. Hold on a second here. I'm working with a new computer here, so it's
That's always fun.
Yeah. You know how I do it is I just go, okay, just share my entire screen. I think it gives you options to share only your certain parts, but I just say, forget that. I'll just share the screen and then I'll control what's on there. I just find it easier.
Well, it says it's got some privacy issues, like like I had some setting to block it or whatever.
Okay.
I'll try for a second here, and if we can't do it, then
you can tell us what those objects are.
I can move on. We're all familiar with them. Our audience knows the sky well.
Pretty sure one of them might be behind Cameron. That's a favorite object. It's, of course, you can see it in the winter or really early in the morning. I think starting in August, I think Orion may rise. It's like low to the horizon at sunrise, but I know that the Orion Nebula NGC 1977 next to it is a very popular complex. Behind me, Rho Ophiuchi, and the top of the galaxy is a oft shot target, and M22 is through my head. I'd have to move for you to see any part of it. It's in Sagittarius, and this was rising, so it's barely above the ground. Then the summer triangle is above, where you've got M27, M57, and a couple of colorful doubles like Alberio is somewhere in there. So you walk the sky along the Milky Way, and most of those objects are the favorite objects year round will be seen. Let's see if Conal's, if you're able, are you able to try sharing again, Conal?
Yes, I apologize. I got it worked out now.
Good deal.
There we go. I just had to quit the meeting for a second. I'm screen sharing. Is that correct? You can see everything?
That's right.
Yep. Yes, we can. Yep. And now you're ready to share these objects.
Okay. So tonight I'm actually presenting in Sky Safari. And as I said, I wanted to share some of my favorite objects, some ones that I think are great to share with the public. Now, typically when we're doing our outreach events, usually it's Jupiter or Saturn, the moon. Those are some common highlights that we like to share. We call them showpiece objects usually. But deep sky objects I don't think are as commonly shown to the public. And I understand that NSP has one day where they are opening the Star Party up to the public and sharing their telescopes with them. So of course, we're not going to be focusing on the moon and planets if we're out at a dark sky site. It's all about the deep sky and the Milky Way high up in the summer. Now I have a Sky Safari here. That's where I'm presenting from. Now I have the control set to Valentine, Nebraska, about 11 o'clock at night in that first week of August. And I'll start the tour. We have Ptolemy's cluster here, also known as Messier 7. Now this is quite a large object, more suited for binoculars than a telescope, but very bright nonetheless. The stars are very bright, maybe 5th or 6th magnitude, probably closer to 7th. And it's a great opportunity to open things up and show people what an open cluster looks like. I have some globular clusters as well. Now I selected these objects. I wanted a diverse group that has different types, open clusters and globulars and nebulae, and then some ones that are very bright and very satisfying to look at, rather than a faint fuzzy that we might be hunting for with a 32-inch Dob or something like that. So M7 is a great choice.
Nothing wrong with that at all.
Oh, it's a beautiful one. I still remember seeing it for the first time from a dark sky site in some binoculars, and it filled up the binoculars. I couldn't have found a better way to spend an evening like that. Now I'm going to move up a little bit. Next, we have the Lagoon Nebula. Now, I typically observe from Bortle 5 skies in the suburbs in Northeast PA, but the Lagoon Nebula has always been a really fun target to look at. Now I'm zooming in here. It looks like this huge mass, maybe photographically, but typically when I'm observing it, you see this cluster here, and then there are 2 lobes of the nebulae, sort of, and then there's kind of a dark lane that weaves in between them. That's what it's looked like to me, both from home and from some dark sky sites. But it's a really fantastic target to look at. It fits the telescope well if you have a wide field eyepiece. Right now, this is about 1.5 degrees, this blue disc here. So it fits great into a wide field telescope or some binoculars as well. A great target to show off to people and explain how stars form right in the middle of the summer when people are underneath the treasures of the Milky Way, like we talked about a week or 2 ago. Now, another one of these bright nebulae in the region in Sagittarius is the Swan Nebula. Now, I remember seeing the Swan Nebula for the first time in a telescope. It was only a year or so ago, but I was surprised I hadn't come across it up to that point. The Swan figure is very distinct. They have it highlighted here a little bit. You can kind of see the body of the swan here with some, it almost looks like feathers, but there's some knots of nebulosity, and then the head comes around. That's what it looks like in the eyepiece. Now also, this shows up more on photographs, but you can also see it visually. I've seen parts of it. There's this loop that comes around, and you don't always see what's in here, but there is sort of a ring that comes back around, and that's why they also call it the Omega Nebula. So that pushes the target, makes it a little bit more challenging, but also fun and rewarding to explore. So I'll zoom out here. We're going to move up to a different part of the sky, up towards Aquila. Now I'm assuming we're at a dark sky site here, and it doesn't quite show up as well in the program, but Barnard's nebulae, his dark nebulae, when he was looking through the Milky Way with his photographic plates, among the most famous of those is B142 and B143. They form an E in the sky. I'm sure many of you have seen it and photographed it.
Yep.
I've read that it looks great in binoculars, though I haven't observed this myself. I'm sure it would be wonderful from a dark sky site. And like I said, it doesn't quite show up in the program, but you can see the nebulosity of the Milky Way all around. And then there's this E shape by these clumps of gas and dust kind of blocking out the starlight from the more distant portions of those arms in the Milky Way. Moving up a little bit more, again, I focused on a lot of binocular targets here. The coat hanger is always a favorite. Some very bright stars, I'd say about 5th magnitude. In fact, we could check here. Yeah, 3rd, 4th, so they're very bright. And they form that really neat coat hanger shape. I think when people look up to the sky, they're wondering about asterisms a lot. I commonly get asked about the Big Dipper in my outreach, or the summer triangle. A little less known as the winter hexagon at other times of the year. So I think it's really fun when people can look into the sky and see something they recognize, even if it's just a little household item like a coat hanger. It does connect them to the stars, and it does give them something to remember and something to appreciate and enjoy from a nice star party. Moving over, we have the Dumbbell Nebula here, not too far from Sagitta, just off of the tip of the arrow. Now, the program here shows it in its full form as it appears in many pictures. I've really only seen the orange part here, at least it appears that way. I've always thought it looks sort of like an apple core, but the Dumbbell Nebula is among the brightest planetary nebulae in the sky. So it's really fun to show people because you can pick out structure with a wide field telescope with no trouble at all. And you don't need to hunt down or fiddle around with a nebula or UHC filter to really bring out that detail. It's right there for you, nice and bright. So that's a really fun planetary nebula to show off to the public and explain some parts of stellar evolution. We looked at star forming in the Lagoon and Swan nebulae before, and now we can look at how they end in some ways with a planetary nebula like this. Scrolling over to Cygnus here, M39 and the region around it is a really wonderful part of the sky to look at. So I'm looking at about 5 degrees here from the bottom of the screen to the top. M39 looks like this little jewel box hanging in the Milky Way. You can see all these clouds. The North American Nebula, many people have said they can see from a dark sky site with the naked eye. And I've spent many summer nights just scrolling around this part of the sky. I usually focus on Deneb first, and you can see many bright clusters of stars. You make your way down here. There's little tiny open clusters that pop out at you. But M39 is really the showpiece here. And even if I zoom in, you can see it's a very rich field, and it looks great in many wide field telescopes. So going down, we're getting closer to the northern horizon now. All of these objects so far have been along the Milky Way. Now this object is coming up a little bit later in the night during the summer, perhaps when some of the public have left, but I included it nonetheless because it's a very fun cluster to look at. This is the Owl cluster in Cassiopeia. You see there's all this structure. I think someone else called it the ET nebula somewhere, like a little alien. So you can see there's eyes here. There's sort of a wingspan that people say they see in the form of an owl. It looks like we also have a carbon star in there as well. So that's a really beautiful open cluster, just spectacular in an open field telescope, a wide field telescope. And it's in a very rich field as well, because you can see there's a couple other open clusters around here. There's one, there's two, surrounding the larger owl. Now, if we zoom out, we are still in the Milky Way, astrophysically speaking, but not quite in the plane. We're looking out of it now, almost straight up at the zenith around 11 p.m. Many of us know and love the Hercules cluster, M13, one of the brightest in the Northern Hemisphere, in fact, the brightest. You can find it between these two 6.5 7th magnitude stars, and it's situated right there in binoculars in your finder scope. And it blows away people in any size of telescope. I've shown it to some of my neighbors just from my backyard with a 6-inch reflector, and I get stunning responses when I tell them that that's a cluster of about 200,000 stars all packed together. And they've been there since the origin of the Milky Way. People really find that fascinating. Now, M13, as much as it's considered a showpiece, I have to say I have a soft spot for the other globular cluster up here, M92. I remember seeing that for the first time and wondering how I hadn't gotten around to it. I guess M13 kind of takes some of the attention away in this part of the sky, but M92 is really one of my favorite clusters. Again, it's a little bit dimmer, but you can see there's a couple of yellow stars, there's a bit of coloration in there, and it's also quite well scattered, so you can resolve some of the stars around the edge even with a smaller telescope. So that's a really beautiful one to share at star parties with the public. If we zoom out here, looking at the whole horizon, you can start around Sagittarius, right at the core of the Milky Way with M7 and the Lagoon Nebula, and work your way up through the stream, up to Deneb and the North American Nebula and M39. Then there's the Owl cluster for later in the night, and then some lovely globulars up here. So I think that's a great range of objects to share at an event like NSP or maybe a Black Forest Star Party I hear is coming up. Those are the objects I would choose to share with others if you're looking to blow them away with a bright target from a dark sky. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Connell.
Excellent, excellent presentation.
Love it.
Well done.
Yeah, really well done. And you get that, what you've done here, Connell, what's really nice is, that expression of kind of getting googly eyed when you see the Milky Way, right? You just don't know where you're going to look. And this gives you some really great binocular objects or even naked eye that you can start picking out. It's really, really nice. Thanks for that.
Well, thanks to you, I looked at one of my deeper Milky Way image that I've got back here and found that Barnard's the dark
Barnard's
nebula
E.
that looks like an E. I went and I found it somewhere back in here, and I go, oh, okay, I imaged that too. So that was something I didn't know. So thank you for adding even more things that I can look for.
Thank you, Conrad, because I don't know some of those objects because I can see from here. I almost reached to the Dumble Nebula, and then almost the Cygnus constellation. I have the galaxy of Andromeda, almost 20 degrees in almost 2 hours only. So
yeah. Well,
for
Maxi,
me, those objects.
Yeah, but you boast of objects such as Omega Centauri. If Omega Centauri was in our sky, we wouldn't look at M13 or M92. We wouldn't look at anything else. And you've got the Centaurus A, I think, is you've got that galaxy. There's and then you have the real jewel box. We M39 does look like a jewel box in our sky, but the real jewel box is near the Southern Cross. So each hemisphere has its treasures, and there are some things that neither hemisphere can see, which is why it pays to be able to just travel the globe and go see the entire thing.
Exactly.
Well, another big part of it is just the familiarity, the orientation, the orienteering, and knowing where all the objects are in relation to familiar constellations, and then
like
that
Orion.
can translate that's
Orion
exactly
but
all the other ones that are kind of off the beaten path as well, to be able to say, okay, now I know where that is. And then the good part is with different optics, whether it's naked eye, camera or binoculars, telescope, you can look at it and you know where everything is. And that's a wonderful feeling, to be able to not just,
Very true.
It's really nice to get that intimate familiarity of all the objects. So I think that's a very important thing, to get that connection. And so this is all part of that, what you've done, Connell. I think that's really great.
I agree. I mean,
wonderful.
I think it's sticking with tonight's theme. The sky can make all the difference. I remember I was observing for maybe a year or so, and I got the chance to look at Messier 22. I had a good horizon for that, but I was observing from the suburbs, and I was looking right over a local mall. So I zoom in on M22, and it was there in the finder scope. I could find it well enough, but I looked in with one of my best eyepieces, and I thought, really, this is it? And it wasn't until I got out to a dark sky site, I saw the Trifid Nebula for the first time in binoculars. Never could find it with a telescope. The Lagoon Nebula was stunning, M22. That core of the Milky Way, all in Sagittarius, that's a great place to look. And I think we should all celebrate having that high up in the summer for our beloved star parties.
Thank you very much, Connell. That's great.
Excellent.
Well, Mr. Johnson, you put together a great lineup of speakers. I was really inspired by all the great comments, and I mean, just real life experiences that people were having at Nebraska Star Party, and certainly the influence that that yourself and others at Nebraska Star Party have had on these people. So. Spanning a wide range of ages and backgrounds and all of that. So, is there anything that you would like to?
Other than thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. I think we pulled it off. It was, I could have had probably a half a dozen more people, but I think the ones we
next
time and. Yeah, I don't know how much time I wanted. Can I show just a few seconds of a video? Here's what Kaylee. I mean, she was a little shy there. Everybody that was with me is off now, but I want to show you. I want to show you what Kaylee was like. This would have been 3 years ago when she was she stole the Star Party. So let me see if I can do this. Everybody see that?
Yep.
This is Kaylee.
Nice mount.
Oh.
There's his
Great.
telescope.
Yeah, we can't hear her, but
You can't hear her?
no.
Oh,
Yeah, but I can tell she's very excited.
I wonder why.
We
Okay.
can. You probably have to share your volume as well, but it's okay.
It's okay. But you.
Yeah,
We can see
tell.
we can see her enthusiasm just by the way she's
Okay.
talking.
Well, I wanted this in the whole thing. I'm so excited to have see all these young people. Scott, you've gotten these young kids involved, and that is we absolutely have to. I mean,
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I'm
know-
always looking for other young people to be on the program. Of course, it's not every parent's wish to have, their youngster on, in a public forum like this. But, when I see them, it takes a certain amount of confidence and,
Oh, yeah.
and they want to share their enthusiasm, and they're still learning about the universe they live in. So it's really wonderful and great to see, what the universe looks like through the eyes of very young people.
Yeah.
And that
sure.
inspires our audience and everything. So I'm grateful for the young people that do come on, yourself included, Connell. So
yes, for sure.
Appreciate that. But it just it melts the audience's heart a lot of times too, because they know that these young people get it, and so well.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, I have nothing more. It was a fantastic night. Appreciate it. Appreciate
Thank you
everybody
very
joining
much,
in.
John. We're going to take about a 10-minute break here, and then we're going to come back with Cameron Gillis and others here. But it's been a fantastic night, and so thanks for hanging in there with us. And we'll be back in just a few.
I think I'll bow out.
Okay, good night.
I'm retired, but I do have some other obligations in the morning. So
That's right.
Good night, John.
All right.
Thanks, John.
Good
Great
night.
job.
We'll see you.
Get some rest.
Cheers.
Five-minute break. How about that?
Sounds good.
So I was when I was seeing the whole GSP, but in a moment I had to went to the TV because I was watching the game of Argentina against Colombia from the Copa America, and they have scored one goal and we have one goal, so we're going to penalties. So basically I have to see this. No, I escaped for just a minute.
How did it turn out?
We won.
All
We won.
right. It was worth it.
The Saturday it will be the final against Brazil, so it will be a war.
Oh yeah, those are arch rivals. I mean, big time. Yep.
Yes. Yep.
Wow.
But so
But you won, so that's matter. Doesn't matter.
for tonight we won. We won.
Yes, that's excellent. Yeah, I used
yes.
to always watch Argentina and Brazil playing in the World Cup. When I was
Yes,
younger.
we call it the classic.
It's classic. Yeah.
It's like
It's
River Plate
like a word.
and Boca Juniors from here in Argentina. I don't know what.
Yes.
Cesar, what is your favorite team?
River Plate.
Vamos, bien ahí, papá.
This Argentinian slang is
Very good, man.
yeah.
So
For baseball equipment from United States, I am from the Astros. But this baseball is something that we don't normally people in Argentina don't know. But it's a great play.
So you guys are now in getting out of in deep winter right now, right? In the south.
yes, we the 21 of June.
Yes.
We started in winter.
So now you were saying earlier, Cesar, that now Maxi, you're a little bit south, right? Further south, is that right?
I'm from Cesar, from the west.
Okay. So
no,
you're the similar climate, or is it a little bit different?
No, maybe the same.
Yes, it's the same. Yeah.
Maybe 1 degree because he's beside the river.
If you go outside the city where Maxi is, especially in farm areas, it's like everywhere. You have maybe 3 or 4 degrees less than in the city. I think that 5 degrees centigrade.
But you are beside the river, the Rio de la Plata, River Plate, and
yes,
that makes
actually maybe we have a yes. Great rider.
Great what?
The climate and the temperature is more is a little more higher than from here because the river makes it a little warm, you know.
Yes.
And also obviously the city in winter is very cold, but in summer, Buenos Aires is getting very hot, but here in Chivilcoy, when the sun goes down, maybe 1-2 hours of a very hot weather, but then it's a nice night. Here in Buenos Aires, it is not like that.
Well, folks, we're back. We are. We've had this group before.
The typical group of the end of the safari. Yes.
I think that the astronomers from Argentina have the staying power to really keep going on because it's very late for you guys.
It's 2 a.m.
It's Scott. Yes, you know, Scott, that we actually in the last Star Parties in San Rafael, we started to make a barbecue at 4 a.m. And first of all, Eric Gonzalez, tell you the history of this was crazy because the team of professional astronomer making the barbecue was the fun thing that I watched because all doctorate, very serious astronomers, not us that we are amateurs, they say, okay, we can make a barbecue at 4 a.m. Of course, yes.
Of course, why not?
Why not?
Wood,
yes.
the meat.
Yes, and Eric Gonzalez, Pedro Cesar, all people that doctorate, and they started to make barbecue at 4 a.m. And now it's an actual. This was maybe 5 years ago, and actually in our Star Parties it's a tradition, and it's all people think. All people ask about. Okay, tonight we are going to take the we call it choripan because it's like a sausage, a strong sausage, very big sausage
Chorizo.
No, yes, chorizo, like chorizo is something that you know in the United States.
Some like
And
Germany sausages, but with made with
this is
pork.
different. Yes, yes.
Okay, not like chorizo then. A little
We
different.
made a chorizo. Yes,
yes,
I think that is in United States is chorizo is similar. Yes, and we make
Okay.
a barbecue with this. The flavor is amazing, and you know when you are a little cold, you know at 4:30 a.m. or 5 a.m. in the morning or it's night. It's like the heaven. It's something that the people enjoy
Yeah.
so much. It's the same that when you went a very long party of marriage party and a beer party, I say in many communities they make same barbecue made in the end of the party. I say, come on, it's incredible that you have.
Come on.
You
That's
still
right.
have hungry. And when
Love
we found that professional astronomers make the best barbecues with chorizos. And,
There you
of
go.
course,
We do astronomy and also gastronomy.
yes, yes. Yes, I don't know if in English exists the word gastronomy because we talk about gastronomia is the word with G first to talk about the things about the foods. And everything, every time we call it, we make the show with this because astronomy and gastronomy, gastronomia, it's a word about that describe the
cooking people.
Yes, people from yes,
the
all
chefs
about
and
food. Yes. But yes, the sense of humor in Argentina, it's about football. You know, come on.
Like I said to Cesar, what is your
Football,
favorite team?
friendship, and
yeah,
and I don't know what the how I can put an F
No,
in front of
yes,
some sort of astronomy, but
no, yes, and
right.
but
We like to
think
talk
that-
about everything.
No, yes, and I and something that we of course in the entire world the people enjoy astronomy, and you can find the same kind of people that when you start to know people that love astronomy, you really found the same kind of people, and you don't have any problem to talk, and you are in the same frequency
That's
with
right.
these people. I today that I showed you the Olana Astronomy Club Star Party, which is the Stargate. I really I don't remember if I talk in Spain or in English because I felt so comfortable that I remember the jokes, but really I remember the jokes for the people or the very nice talks that we have. But I remember in Spanish because for me it was something that I don't need to translate because was beyond the language is how you understand the things and the sense. This is incredible. And the time where we have the last time of an star party near to the morning, when the people more crazy take maybe the biggest telescope and is going to watch, the Mercatian change galaxies, or okay, I can count 5 or 4, I don't know. Yes, come on, try you. Everywhere is the same. Yes, because
yes, that's right.
The
It's a
best
competition. Who can see more galaxy?
No, that competition it's I think that this is something that maybe first of all that the people turn on in the end of the time of the star party of the night. The people turn off their cameras and started to talk and see with oculars, with eyepiece, sorry, by telescopes, because the people enjoy again talking and only see with the naked eyes some finds objects in the sky. The more impossible ones that you can see at naked eyes, and this is amazing. Well, it's really great.
Excellent.
I hope the next year we'll go to.
Yes,
Russia,
you need
I hope.
to. Yes, really, we are excited to have in our Star Party in San Rafael, Mendoza.
So,
Cameron,
you ready to give us your latest sky survey?
Yeah, I gotta, as usual, I have an update, but I'm gonna go in a couple of things. Before I go through the update, I just generally to tell you, I'm going in several different paths in parallel. One, of course, is the sky survey, which is the central theme of everything, just making sure I take my observations that I've done with visual observations, go constellation by constellation, look at all the objects, and then categorize them into objects that are relatively bright, easy to see in my 8-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain for smaller telescopes. But then I'm also augmenting that with smartphone pictures, where I kind of started to take smartphone images of those objects that are categorized as brighter. And at the same time, I just recently, in the last month, I got a dedicated astronomy camera, and I'm learning all the trials and tribulations of that as well. Because as you start to add the complexity, of course, there's a lot of. I want to do this in a nice pace, so that I can take my learnings and share them with everyone, and make their path, their own journey, that much more enjoyable as they go through. Because as you go from visual to even visual astronomy has its challenges if you're starting to look for fainter objects, and then when you get into smartphone, the lining it up with the eyepiece is frustrating, and then finally the astro imaging is has a lot of equipment, and there's a lot of calibration you have to do, and so every time you add another layer, it's a journey, and you want to make sure that you keep that fun. So that's what that's my goal. And let me share my screen that I've kind of told you that. So I have been doing. Okay, let me share my screen here.
It's a pleasure to see your pictures, Cameron.
Oh, no, thank you so much, Cesar. I really appreciate it. Obviously, it's very much a pleasure seeing all of your pictures too. All of both the real life, right? I mean, what's in the star parties and everything, and of course all the astro images as well. It's great. I love it. So let me. So I have a. Let me just go to the. Okay, so just in summary, we can remove this here. So I've actually increased. As I was doing my astro imaging, as I was telling you that story about getting into that, there are some frustrations. It's not all fun and games all the time. You have some nights that you really want to do some good imaging, and then you try to calibrate the frames, and it gets some noise as you try to perfect things. So I actually I got to a point where it's like, okay, I'm going to make some improvements. I'm going to sleep on it, so to speak, and I'm going to switch to visual again. And so I increased my visual observations to finish up a couple of the objects in Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, and Draco. That because I have an alpha-azimuth mount, they were they were not in ideal locations, those objects in the springtime, because it was directly overhead. With an equatorial, of course, it would be perfect. But I don't have an equatorial right now. So I finished up as Ursa Major was swinging around to the west, and Ursa Minor and Draco. I started to finish up that. So I added another 40 observations in the last week, doing that, visual observations. And then on top of that, I went through that list of objects and added another 44 objects to the survey that are considered best and brightest. So now we have 821 objects. And this picture here is just a sky safari zoom, similar to what Connell was showing earlier. And all these dots, these rings represent what we call best and brightest. You can see the galaxies here in Virgo, Carmen Pernicious, going up through Ursa Major. You see the Milky Way objects, open clusters, nebulae, and globular clusters all along here. And then, of course, some galaxies and other planetary nebulas, and that scattered in between. So now I've been creating some structure where I've just finished Southern Ophiuchus in this Camstronomy Weekly. We're on episode 8 tomorrow. And so tomorrow, we're going to cover Northern Ophiuchus. We're going to cover Serpens, Eastern Serpens, which includes the Eagle Nebula, and Scutum. So those are the objects. There's 18 new images between smartphone and Astrocam that I'll be sharing, and 12 different objects that we'll be categorizing. And so we're going at a good pace. I think about 10 objects per week per session is a pretty good pace. That's what we'll do. And I have the pictures here. I won't go through them all, but just I will show an example, like M12 globular cluster. This is a smartphone image. This is kind of my first pass. And you can see globular clusters show up pretty nicely actually in smartphone. And then M12 in my imaging system. And you can see very nice resolution. But you can see, the image has vignetting. There's a dust mote, and there's a lot of things. So I'm learning stuff. But on that note, what I wanted to share
with flats, that goes out.
Yeah, exactly. So now flats, darks, and biases. What I've been doing. Oh, sorry, I'm skipping it. So I've been playing around.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, yes, so, it's the best way. It's the best
so
way
basically, I started off doing this, and I found out, that isn't very good because I don't get the proper dynamic range. In fact, I just was emailing me. Give me a second here. I email myself.
I think that this technique that you do use is the best way. It's really to show to the people that many people.
That's exactly what I wanted. Thank you. And I want to hear that, Cesar. I want to make sure I'm on the right path because I want to give credit. I want to give a shout out to Jeff Wise. Jeff Wise has really been helping me tremendously. He has been fantastic, and he's given me a lot of tips. And between his
this is excellent because it's really a flat, really how the word says. It's really very, very how do you say? Sorry in English. Very flat. Area of illumination very similar in different points. It is the equal.
Yeah, I have.
Because, It's great. It's great.
With a cell phone, you can do that because if you move a little bit of the point of focus, it doesn't matter because you move it. And when you stack the image with the flats, it doesn't the same spot that maybe the dust is in the focus and it will be there again.
Yeah.
So in this case, with that Astrocam, it will go okay.
Yeah, and this is going to be to be continued. Like this, I just threw this together right now because I haven't fully, it takes time to properly document, the learnings and filter through all the other stuff, and so I've just thrown this together just to show you guys a little bit of what I've been doing, and so for example, this first picture here is where I was like, okay, well, the ceiling is evenly illuminated, and I closed the door.
Yes.
But the problem is the if you look at the histogram, this is a correct histogram. If I go, actually, let me go to this one here. This is a better this one here. Yeah. So basically, what you want is you want your picture to be. Here it goes. Sorry, it's just taking a while to load up. There we go. So what you want is you want your histogram centered around 24K, right?
Yes.
And then you have your spread here. The other thing I learned is if you use different filters, different amount of light comes through. So you have to change the brightness. If you use a UHC filter, for example, you're going to have to change this. And in order to calibrate this, anyhow, I didn't want to spend too much time. I'll have a proper explanation as I learn and actually get the image that we want. But basically, you can see that this is a proper flat. What was I going to say? If I go back to my presentation here, I want to highlight what I learned is to try to get that calibration. I use this monitor, and I just put a PowerPoint presentation on my computer with a white screen, and I put it in presentation mode. So that gives me an even white flat, and I make sure that's perfectly perpendicular, about an inch away from the surface. I make sure this is tight. This is just a pillowcase I put in. Pillowcase is better than t-shirt because it's more square.
Yeah.
And then I doubled up. And then what I did, here's the neat part, and I want to share. I'll get more when I actually make better images and show you the results. But I can tell you that this is wonderful because you can change the brightness, and you can, with this brightness control, you can actually calibrate and take shots and then adjust the brightness very little bit. And you can move this histogram. You can move this histogram left or right based on two different dimensions. One, the brightness of the screen, and two, the exposure duration that you use on your flat. So you can, if for example, I might change from 1 second to 2 seconds, but 2 seconds might be way too much light. So then what I do is I back off the brightness of the screen, and that can give me like 1.5 second equivalent. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So so it gives me that type of calibration I need with a lot less frustration. And you can do this at night. You can do it at daytime. You can do it anytime, which is another advantage of this technique. So, but again, I'll share more as I'm getting successful here. But again, the goal of all this is I'm going to make the cheat sheet for anyone to come along and say, hey, I'm going to be able to make my calibration frames and have fun, and have that confidence to say, yeah, I'm going to get good results. Because ultimately, the minimum I'm trying to do is I want to get my pictures. I want to get my pictures like this Eagle Nebula, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to get this reliably. Sorry, I'm just my mouse is there we go. So I want to get this reliably so that it doesn't have this big netting. It's a nice flat, and I can take repeated exposures that give me consistent good results. Because remember, I'm doing a sky survey, so I want to get reasonable results with the building blocks. And then once I've got that in a repeated, nice, easy way, so that I don't have setup time, I'm ready to go, and I have good, reliable quality pictures that are decent enough. And then those are the building blocks for higher quality images that you can start stacking, doing more advanced image processing, and then getting the good quality data so that all that data becomes very useful in the future as you start even years down the road, you just keep on adding more images of the same frame and make a better quality image, right? I mean, so that's basically my update for today. So
yeah, it's amazing. And I think that you can show the techniques for the flats earlier next time to the people, because it's amazing. A presentation especially of these techniques for the flats, because many people have problems to take the flats and take it in the wrong way, the flats, and have problems. And you show something that is crazy, because it's everyone have the monitor, the computer, and the best part is that you say you can regulate or make the quantity of light that you need. Do you have two ways to graduate the bright of the screen and the exposure of your flats? This is amazing, really.
Yeah,
Right.
no, that's awesome. I'm
Really?
glad you recognize that. That's exactly what I wanted to
Yeah.
relay is that you now have two different parameters that make it a lot easier. And then here's the other thing is people talk about using different tools and that you can actually
Yes,
use.
but
I'm
this
using
is
I'm using this. You can use whatever tool that works for you, and then this gives you just enough control so that whatever tool you have it works, right? I mean that's the whole point. Is
absolutely, and nothing is more complicated than make a good flat for a Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope, because the Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope, and especially with the 6.3 reducer corrector, is a mix of zones of darks and illuminated areas, and really you need a great flat. And when I say this, I say I believe completely that this worked properly, because I used to the cell phone lantern that is okay with the t-shirt, but I think that simple things like this that you say, use a pillowcase and use the screen, change completely everything, because it's not a small thing that you do use this, and this is how the things works. And really it's a simple change and work properly. It's great, Cameron.
You know, when I try to do flats images for the calibration, I try if before the sunrise comes, I search some blue, some clear
areas of the sky.
Yeah, no, the areas is maybe above, but it's going to get some blue, light blue, for example.
Light blue, yes.
Yes. So without clouds, and also without some birds flying, because when you took the picture, maybe appears some peros or something like that, you know. But I see doing this with taking pictures to the sky without putting the t-shirt or something black, white, only to see to get a flat blue, and also helps me to when I stack them, you know. And the color calibrations and the vignetting and everything goes out, you know.
Yeah. I use normally my balcony. I use the ceiling of another balcony over me that is white. Because it's great, because only I need to point to the the sail. It's okay. Work, but don't work. So the techniques that Cameron show is much better because it's like you make your own flats in your laboratory because
automatic flats.
yes,
Wow.
you have more control because with the sky, or me, like sometimes I use
Yes.
the sail. It's not perfect. I prefer something like a screen computer is so simple and so trustable.
Yeah, and it's less stressful too, because if you're trying to do that in the middle of a nice evening and you're trying to figure out the timing and the lighting, there's a lot of things you're thinking about, and this way you can separate that piece and have a lot less stress, right? I mean, and the only thing is, I have stress now because when I take these images and I still haven't perfected the images, I'm having other issues that I won't, it's like I'm having line noise, and I've been stuff like that. There's a bunch of other things, and I've been playing with shielding on cables, and so I'm just trying to there's a lot of other things that are coming in, so I'm trying to break it down into little pieces so that I can gradually, and then that's why I'm spreading it out. I'm not trying to, you have to go in bursts. You do a bit of this, and then it's like, okay, I need to take a break. I'm going to look through my telescope and enjoy the beautiful night sky and just relax. And then
and you can make the darks and the flats to another day
exactly.
Before. Absolutely, I think the same. I prefer keep wake up and make more lights. And when my brain is near to turn off, like now because I'm really tired, I stop to take lights. I say, okay, anymore, bye bye, and go to sleep. And tomorrow I'll make the darks. Maybe that the darks you prefer sometimes make the darks with the same temperature.
Yes, I will say that.
But if you don't disassemble your equipment, sometimes if maybe that if the rain is not coming, or if you have the equipment outside, outdoor, without observatory, you can still, for example, 2 weeks ago, the last thing that I made before sleep again, like Maxi from my bed with my cell phone, working with my remotely, working with the cell phone over the computer outside, was start to take darks. I sleep. It's something that, I went to the telescope, I put the cover, I became, with my pajamas, a crazy man in the balcony, I don't know that my neighbors think, but I don't care. But but I started to make darks. I put 200 darks. I don't know, no less, but maybe 50 darks with the last days, blah blah blah, and no more problems. But the flats is something that you need to make in a great way to make the best flat, and is the best thing that you show us, Cameron, because it's something like you say, come on, the screen, you are right. Excellent.
Oh, no, that's good feedback, and we have, of course, on Fridays we have the astrophotography. Scott has a lot of great programs. So
we have a whole we have a mini network of programs.
So we got that session. So I will repeat some of this, of course, because there's a lot of good things. You cannot repeat some of this enough. There's always little refinements and improvements as we go along this journey, and I'm very happy to at least come this far, but a long ways to go. I've just scratched the surface, but again, I want to compile more so that we have some really nice tutorials for people to really give them a good introduction as they go on the journey. So yeah,
excellent, excellent, Cameron.
Yeah, that's cool. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Great to be with you. Yeah.
Great.
All right. Thank you. Well, anything else that you, Maxi or Cesar, would you like to wrap up?
Well, maybe I found some when Adrian was talking about the sunrise pictures. I found pictures that I take the last year holiday that we went with my fiancé to Santa Clara del Mar, besides of Mar del Plata, the Atlantic Ocean. Let me show the screen. Wait a second. Compartir pantalla. Acá está. Okay. Now this is it doesn't the picture. Here's some pictures of the moon, and I wake up with her because this morning we come back to our house. So what happened here? Well, the moon I was taking, but it was without focus.
This is not the sun. Yeah.
No. The other place. Well, this is come out. I was trying to take pictures when the sun goes out, but the moment that it comes in this place very green above the ocean. I see in some pictures that it takes a little seconds. It's like it's not orange, it's green. It's like a sun green, for example. But well, this is the when I was taking pictures, and well, this is what Adrian was talking about. Here we have some smoke that comes from the farm area, so you can see in the sun some clouds, but this is not cloud. This is smoke.
For the fire, for fires.
For fires in exactly in the center of the country, and this is what the sunrise. I was trying because I was very newbie taking pictures, and
I'm still newbie taking pictures. No problem. I never learned.
Oh yeah, look at that.
No, but it's beautiful. Maxi, come on.
And then there's some here.
Nice waves.
Yeah. The coast of province of Buenos Aires is very flat and it's like maybe Scott, North Carolina beach or extend beach and sea, and it's cold water, and summer is hot, but not the weather is completely cold. We suffer, but no, we suffer. Maybe we like to suffer because I don't know. We call it beach for summer to go. All people go to Santa Clara del Mar or Mar del Plata or blah blah blah. And when
see the smoke.
Freeze, we like to freeze with the water of our sea.
Yes.
You like to freeze.
Miramar.
You turn violet when you and the people say, "How this is the water? Great, come on!" Yes, and we are we are walking on a big wave.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was funny.
So, well, this is some dots of dust in the lens, but here's the sun.
Beautiful.
The smoke here was almost 2 weeks. You know, I was grab my equipment, my little equipment, to have take pictures one night, but every night it was very smoke. So, well, this is when the sun goes out with, you know, with the smoke, it continues to shining the sun.
Yeah.
So that's why Adrian says they have to be careful, because this is very, you know, in this case, I don't know if I was seeing in the lens of the camera. So basically, I was taking pictures, and that's it. The sun goes up, and we start to come back to Chivilcoy, and the holidays went out and continue to the life. So, no, that's it. I want to show you these pictures.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, then not too often you get the sunrise. I guess that was.
You know, here it's very difficult to take pictures with the sun goes down, because we have the farm, but we still have some altitude, but we don't have an ocean like the Pacific, because we have the mountains. So
exactly.
we can see it in the east when the sun comes up, but you have to wake up very early.
Yep. No, you're right. Yep. That's they're nice pictures. Love it. I love sunsets and sunrise.
Wonderful. Well, gentlemen, I think it's some people have already in the audience have already started to go to sleep. Okay, because it's getting late for them. But then we have other people watching where it's early, you know, so it's not late yet.
It's early in the United States too. Yes.
Yeah, we have.
We are near to 3 a.m.
That's right.
Yeah, you are 1 a.m.
That's right.
Yeah.
What time do you have to wake up, Cesar, to go to work?
I wake up at 7 a.m. because I'm carried to my kid to the school. He's near to 15 years old, but he liked to go with the father in the car. You know, we are only.
That's cool.
Yes, I feel, because my kids have 21, 24 years old, Agustin, Kiara 21, the girl, and I have my kid, the real kid, is a teenager too, it's 14 years old, and I'm happy that he told me, Papa, carry me to the school, you know, okay. Yes,
it's cold outside.
Yes.
Most teenagers are like, hey, I don't want my parents around. You know?
Yes, and it's a particular year, and the new generations, like Luca, my youngest kids, is something they say, come on, well, okay, no problem. I started with this, and tomorrow I need to talk with Kent because we are importing. You know, you remember the Exus 100 with the Max, that it will a sensation in Argentina. We are trying to get more telescope for the end of the year. And I know that
when it comes, it's
you are
like
receiving
floodgate of products.
Sure, yes. Was a really different year this year.
Yeah,
but yes, and I need to contact a lot of people that started with the Exus 100 in the last weeks, and tomorrow I have a lot of works. Of course.
Yeah,
I don't know how I can make this, but
I don't know. Drink a lot of coffee. The
mate is very strong. Sometimes mate maybe is the strongest than the coffee, but come on.
I have had mate
if
one
you
time.
see,
Yeah,
yes,
it was
You
pretty
drank
strong.
it.
It was strong.
yeah,
Yeah.
it worked very well. But I come on, I use a cup of coffee. Normally when
Yeah.
tomorrow I'll drink coffee because I make a 1 liter coffee.
Cesar, put coffee with the yerba.
Come on.
Yes.
This is an
It's la posta.
La posta.
This is illegal.
No. Do it, and it's very.
Yes.
It's another thing.
I drank this because in the university I use this coffee with the mate. Yeah, I know you when I study something in the university, I need all of
You were mixing them together? Mate
yes,
and
yes, yes. You can use, but I think that the mate is stronger.
Yes.
Than the
I
coffee.
also feel that.
Or the same because have the same.
I guess you could have really extra strong coffee, but the mate has it's definitely stimulating. That's for sure.
Yes, sure. I think that is equal because I use normally I'm starting with my cousin that is my cousin-in-law.
This is yerba mate.
Ah.
Yeah.
It's like a dry plant.
Similar to the tea plant.
It's similar, and when you put it with hot water, not boiled, it has to be hot because it's boiled. The yerba doesn't taste the same.
Lost the flavor in few drinks.
So you're burning the mate if you use boiling water.
Exactly. Yes. So and other people drink mate with milk. That's
horrible.
an trick.
It is why. Come on.
It's an trick.
Horrible.
Yes.
Come on.
You can't do
this
that.
is not
I don't like it. I don't like it.
No,
people
only
drink like that.
water without sugar. Only water. And I have my cousin-in-law because my actually my English teacher is an American that live here in Argentina.
Okay.
He born in Texas, and when he had Randy is his name, when he had 20 years old, he moved to New York, and actually it's fun because of course that we make the lessons, 1 lesson a week, both drinking mate, and he is more my cousin Valeria. She ring, it's her wife, my cousin Valeria. He told me, Randy told me that your cousin ring the mate. Yes, I know. In my family, they are yes. He's more perfectionist. He really make a better mates than me, and he's American. And he's a fan of mate.
I see.
It's really.
Yeah,
Well,
the mate drink goes. I'm looking at it online right now. It is. It was. They were drinking it in pre-Columbian times. This is
absolutely. It is
incredible
ancient.
because this is an ancient drink.
An ancient drink. Yes.
Yes.
This is incredible.
Wow.
Well, and then maybe too many people think is from the gaucho culture.
Okay.
Before our independence and that time, middle of the 29th century, but it's from all the region from Argentina, Uruguay, southern Brazil, Paraguay,
yes.
And in everywhere they take with different types and also there's a drink like tereré, that's yerba mate, but with
Cold water.
cold water or orange juice cold with ice.
Yes, this is in Paraguay. Yes.
In Paraguay and maybe littoral region, Corrientes, Entre Ríos. And here is in the summer, it's good. For the summertime, it's good.
Nice cold
thank
mate.
you.
No,
No, thank you, Max.
No, yeah,
not for
come
me.
on. No.
So if I come down to Argentina, you guys will show me how to drink mate?
Yes, of course.
Of course.
You know,
I
it's
prepare it.
called-
You know.
Great.
It's like in the British area, they drink tea. We drink mate. It's
No,
the
yeah.
same. At the afternoon, at the morning, no, we drink mate.
But we drink the same the three things: coffee, tea, and mate.
Mhm.
For
I
me,
see.
it's not. Yeah, yes. Maybe at 5 o'clock, like English people, Argentinian drink tea. Normally, we drink tea, coffee, and mate. Of course, that is the more thing that is we prepare is easy and it's nice to
It's
share.
more social, and also it's like when you are alone, you prepare a mate. You know, it's like a company. But with another person, well, let's drink a mate. Who wants a mate? Me. This. Okay, let's
Everyone.
prepare it.
Oh.
Yes.
It's a great culture.
Cool.
I want a matty now.
Yeah.
I can use
Too,
mate
yes,
so I can
I'm
stay
really-
awake.
All this talking
Yeah.
about matty.
I feel weak, you know. Cesar and Maxi here. It's after 3 a.m. for these guys. Okay, so
Come on.
And I've been from the 11 p.m. and maybe the 8 p.m. and well, with all of you.
Yeah.
I can continue, but yes, I think we can.
No,
Yeah.
I need to go to sleep.
Yeah, me too.
1 o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah,
Cameron, it's earliest for him. He's
no,
11
I have-
o'clock, I think, right?
You know,
Yeah.
I saw
11 o'clock,
in the mail that you sent the 20th of July in the anniversary of the
Yes. Yeah.
it will be the GSP. We like to talk about that day, but here in Argentina, we call in this day the Friendship Day, el Día del
Yeah.
Amigo. You know,
Ah.
Yes.
we maybe with Cesar we can talk about that history
Absolutely.
and some kinds of
Yes,
things
but
because
it's something, Maxi, that is great. That the guy that create the Friendship Day in Argentina,
Mm-hmm.
and this he made the Friendship Day about the moonland because he thought in the how friendship they had in the moon landing, you know, the humanity.
for all the humanity, exactly.
And something that is great that this guy was a friend of my father-in-law.
You know, really?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Huh.
No
Yeah.
way.
Yes,
Are you kidding
because
me,
he
man?
was a Rotary Club member.
Yes.
In my family in law, we was me too, all members of different Rotary clubs in Buenos Aires. Actually, I'm not because but I was a Rotaract member for this for young people, not me actually. And this guy was a Rotary Club member. You know that Rotary is from United
Is this
States.
him? Enrique Ernesto Fabral?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Argentinian dentist and
Yes,
Rotarian
and then-
Rotary
a
Club.
musician.
Odontologist, yes.
Yeah.
He was from the same club from my father-in-law, Jorge Saraco. Yeah. Rotary Club, the same Rotary Club.
Oh wow!
They are
You
all
wrote
friends.
1,000
Yeah.
letters. You wrote
Every
1,000
year,
letters.
every year, the 20th of July, obviously for the astronomers and the amateurs, we remember obviously the moon landing,
Hmm.
but also we remember this day, and well, because of the pandemic, the last year we couldn't, but every 20th of July, we
Yes, it's
meet with our
impossible
friends.
Yes, it's impossible to get a chair in a restaurant because everyone
Seriously?
go,
Oh, wow.
absolutely. Yes, in a national, it's like it's impossible because friendship in Argentina is like a national
Brotherhood.
sport.
It's a big deal.
It's a really serious thing. Yes, it's incredible. Yeah.
Well, that's great. It should be. It should be a serious thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Well,
that's
thank
got to
you.
make
Thank you to
Argentina one of the
everyone.
friendliest countries in the world. That's great.
Yeah, it's
Wonderful.
It's great.
All right.
Nice.
Well, I think we're going to wrap it up, folks. I want to say to the audience, thank you very much. Thanks for watching from around the world. And I want to thank you. We're kind of like the late night crew here. So, and Cesar and Maxi, of course, the latest night, but Cameron's always there with us too. So, our next events, tomorrow we have, Annie Scarborough from Explore Alliance. She's going to talk a little bit about Explore Alliance membership and things going on with ambassadors and such. We've got Kent Martz and First Light Chronicles, episode 44, and then Camstronomy, his 8th episode. So Cameron, thank you very much. And we'll see everybody in a few hours, I guess.
Yes,
That's right. Yes, have a good rest, you guys. Have a good sleep.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And, I guess
Good night, everyone.
Caesar and Maxi. Take
Good
care.
night. Good
Bye-bye.
night,
Everyone,
good night.
see ya.
See you tomorrow. Yeah.
See you
Bye-bye.
tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Ciao. Bye. Buonanotte.
Buonanotte.
Yeah,
Buenas
buonanotte.
noches.
Buenas noches.
Yeah. Buenas noches. Muy bien. Well,
Okay.
Yep.
Good
Okay.
night, Maxi. Good night, Cesar. Good night,
Good
Scott.
night, Cameron.
Good night, Cameron,
Good night.
Scott.
We'll see you guys.
Good
Thanks a lot.
night, Scott.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you
Excellent
for all.
GSP. Excellent. I love it.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
So
Yes,
it's
yes,
blast.
excellent. Really, really.
Excellent.
Chao, Maxi. Buenas noches.
Yeah.
Buenas noches, César. Un abrazo.
Abrazo.
Que descansen, chicos.
Gracias.
All right.
Bye,
Thanks, guys.
bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.